Welcome to week number 5 of the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV split. I'm Mazel, joined once again by my illustrious draconic friend Coco the Dragon. How you doing, buddy? Welcome back.
Doing pretty good. Sorry I missed out last week, but
you
we
missed
are
some
back
bangers,
here
not
ready.
gonna lie. I mean, just saying.
Apparently I did, so I have to check up back on the VOD and really catch up on those. But we have some more bangers coming up tonight, and we have some returning guests as well in both Stony Brook University and the University of Illinois at Chicago.
Yeah, we do. We're going to talk a little bit about what we have in store for tonight. It is going to be 2 back-to-back best of 3s yet again, just like every Tuesday, because we got League of Legends in stock here, baby. Stony Brook University taking on Harrisburg University, and University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign going up against the University of Illinois Chicago.
Of course. And like I mentioned before, we have those returning guests in both of those, but we also have Harrisburg University, who has had a grand performance as well. And with all of that, we're just jam-packed tonight. Get your food now, sit down, make sure everything is done and dusted, do the chores, get the homework out and completed, because I think tonight's going to go long. I think it's going to be 3-game series for both of these matchups, and they're going to be very close. They're going to go down to the wire, and because of that, it's going to be really implementing on that whole fact of it's week 5 now, and I think leniency is done. This is where you start to refine
Coco's
it.
done. He took a break off, and the dragon is done.
Exactly. Yeah, it's week 5. We've had enough time now to figure everyone out and have those hiccups and bumps along the way. Now you've done your first oil change, you've rotated your tires, you're now on for that road trip to get back out into the real world. So this is where I really want to see those teams really be polished and shined.
Well, what's funny is SBU actually made a run in the playoffs last time around in CSL last season. So I'm very excited to see what they can do here going up against Harrisburg, a storied collegiate university, a storied program in esports itself across multiple different games. But we got to talk about these rosters. We got to talk about this head-to-head, because it is Harrisburg University's B team, right? It's not their starting roster. It will be the starting, at least, A squad for SBU.
Yeah, and even if it is just the B squad for Harrisburg, it's still a very heavy stack.
I mean, you got Clyde in there, dude.
Yeah, you got Clyde, you got Cloudwin, and you've got Maykel. Those are the 3 players I look at specifically that will be just dominating in their own rights. And with that matchup reversed, it's almost a massive top canyon right now against Bacon Tastes Good in that top lane, who's only sitting there. He's only Platinum 1 right now. Sure, the rest of his team is very dominant. I'm going to be looking at Emoryu, excuse me. Sorry on butchering that name. But also Nanami as well, that can sort of help be that flexible player that can really get everything under control and then force this 3-game series to go in their favor.
It's going to be a very interesting one, right? I do want to go back over kind of what these teams are fighting for. It is Swiss bracket, so if you do lose this best of 3 series, you get knocked down just a little bit, but it's gonna be it's really important to continue that streak going here in the top side of the bracket, making sure to keep that win streak going for these squads who have shown so much growth in this season already. And we are already into the thick of things here for our first best of 3, Coco. Stony Brook University on the blue side, Harrisburg University on that red side. Yumi, a band that's been a mainstay at Worlds, will be showing its face here at the collegiate level, and Riven as well. That one-trick priority being banned away by Harrisburg University.
I'm liking it already. And, respect to them trying to get out and guns blazing super early. Number 1 thing of a road trip is always go a little bit earlier than you anticipate, because traffic can be obnoxious. So I love the camaraderie and the gun-ho of these teams already.
I will also say, taking away we've pretty much got used to it. There's always a Riven one-trick somewhere. You can find them hiding. True. Sometimes they're in a bush. Sometimes they're under a rock, behind a tree, whatever it is. But Nanami has almost 300 games of Riven this season with a 64% win rate. If that's not if it ain't too shabby. It ain't too, so Harrisburg University definitely doing their research. Zach, Lucian, banned away by Stony Brook University. Kiana and Zed were the picks, at least for the bans, for Harrisburg University in the first phase.
Yeah, and a lot of those world-focused bans are kind of also a 1-2 as well. It's something where the Lucian also takes away that Nami, as you mentioned, and then the Yumi kind of takes away the Misfortune, but you still have Seraphine Misfortune. you have Misfortune with, I think, every enchanter ever right now. Um, even like Sona, I've seen her being played with Sona at the moment, which is just like insane.
Get
So
out of here,
Har-
Coco. Don't bring
Harris,
that in here.
I know it's ridiculous, and it can be a match with engages as well. Misfortune is just currently the most broken ADC champion in the meta right now, so Harrisburg picking it up in their second pick is great. But Stony Brook University has to give that argument of you're giving over this MF, you're giving over this power play pick for the LeBlanc in that mid lane. You need to sort of apply that and give that strong argument in game once that comes into fruition, as the rest of their team can sort of be built around it. Once we get to this jungle and sort of ADC counterpick for Stony Brook, then we might be able to see some of those pieces building up to really create this heavily mid lane focused dominant game style that Stony Brook likes to play.
And I do love it. We're obviously indexing very heavily into comfort already in this draft, and in the picks, in the bans as well.
Yep.
But seeing Harrisburg University be able to take up the beginnings of this Wombo combo, I'm very interested at what direction they want to go with as their third pick comes through, as their next phase has to come through, when the Jhin was to pick up as the third one for Stony Brook University.
Okay, and I'm liking the Jhin as well. I feel like you could go something spicy here as well for the first game. Maybe say like a Xerath, or maybe a Nami with Jhin as well. I do like those, or even a Zyra, something that's a little bit more kill threat and actually pressures that Misfortune a little bit more. But the Poppy, as you had sort of giggled about earlier, I appreciate it. It's a good blind pick right now for Harrisburg. You can throw it up into that top lane and have it sort of neutralize a lot of like those dueler matchups, but also can be placed into either the jungle or support position just because of how dominant it can be in a solo queue environment.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. The flexibility that Harrisburg are able to achieve in their first phase. And then meanwhile, a lot of mobility and one with not a lot of mobility for Stony Brook University. Now, very, very heavy focus on these engaged supports, the setup for both these teams, because they are lacking that to this point. Leona and Thresh are taken off the board.
I'm looking for a Nautilus too. I'd look for that Braum as well. There's that Braum taken away. If we get all of like the neutral sort of engaged supports out of the way, then there's not much left for Harrisburg to really prioritize into that bottom lane outside of like that complementary enchanter, which then would play into Stony Brook of wanting to play more of a pick comp in the bottom lane with a Jhin or Zyra or a Jhin Morgana to just really shut down that bottom side of the map, make it to where you can sort of neutralize it and then prioritize the dragon over anything else with that Lee Sin that you've already grabbed up in your draft. And with the Rel being taken away, it sort of plays into that. It forces Harrisburg to say, all right, it's Nautilus or nothing, and we either have to pick our top laner now blind, or we have to pick that support now to where Stony Brook will be able to counter it and make that kill threat possible to then be able to compensate for that top lane counter pick that we'll be able to get later down the line. And this is all an argument of if the Poppy is even going in the support, top, or jungle so far.
That is the biggest question. Is Gragas locked in for Harrisburg? We have seen a lot of top lane Gragas. Hopefully it's not going to be a weak side AP Gragas. Gotta say I haven't very, very much appreciated that. But we'll see where Harrisburg University want to utilize that pick.
I feel like it might just go into the jungle. AP jungle has been rising through popularity at the latest, but just looking across the board on like which Harrisburg player would really prefer taking it, I don't really have any massive preference outside of Xyle or Cloud. Those are the two that I would think would consider it. And like Rise is already there, so it's like it's not going to high keys pockets whatsoever. So this double flex, it creates that enigma for Stony Brook to say, all right, how do we want to approach this? Because their support is still that last pick. They actually went with Dorsey instead of saying, let's go with that comfortable flex. Let's put Poppy and Gragas sort of in between this top jungle situation and trade off whichever is the better matchup, and then have that comfortable final support pick, or later, or use the Poppy for that support inevitably, as that is a locked-in Kennen. So that will be a Kennen counterpick against that set, and then Poppy support with Misfortune, something that we haven't seen in Worlds yet, but you know, solo queue style, like we said.
I love it because it's like all these typical top lane picks that we've gotten in the meta are just now thrown onto the team and spread like ashes in the wind here for Harrisburg. I'm very excited to see how they utilize this. A lot of setup in the team fights for themselves. The Gragas, very interesting. Those casks are going to have to be very, very nicely timed and very nicely positioned to set the rest of the team up that wants to be in a wombo combo situation. But I really like Stony Brook's answer here. The karma matching up with that set, the setup that they have to kind of peel back for the Jin if they need
For
to or
sure.
go forward. It's a nice response to Harrisburg University's draft, but it's also a nice first step for Stony Brook in this best of 3.
Yeah, it is a much nicer step into that case. And to sort of dissect where this Gragas is going to be in sort of like those team fight and objective contentions scenarios is much more of a disruptor of the engagement. He's going to be looking at the set. He's going to be looking at the Lee Sin and the Karma. Those that were going to be trying to like whittle their way into those pinches and those flanks and either get a harassment down like Karma would be and find that engagement like a Lee Sin or a Set would. So if they try and jump in, Gragas can immediately jump right on top of them, try and lock them down and push them away from the Misfortune and Rise combo, while the rest of the team is there to try and condense everything into that kill zone, right? And have Poppy and Kennen sit on top of one another where the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin can't enter that zone, and Misfortune can then just completely run riot and wreak havoc across the map. And it's really nice because Kennen, with the Slicing Maelstroms, he has a lot of pressure to be in more open spaces.
Yeah.
It's not as confined as like the Poppy would be, where the Poppy can sort of sit in that choke point and then try and push away a lot of those carries. Kennen can be up in the front, in people's faces, jumping onto the Jin, and really causing that chaos while the rest of those defenses sort of stack up on top of each other. And I'm really liking that whole Harrisburg draft, and I think this is, in
Yeah.
game 1 of a best of 3 series, the best place to really try out this experiment.
It is. I'm very excited. I'm just excited because I get to yell at the top of my lungs at a lot of this setup that Harrisburg University have. But my other, big spotlight here for Stony Brook University is how intertwined and how successful the mid jungle duo is going to be. The Lee Sin LeBlanc. If you can get any kind of resource early onto either of those two and the movement happens, the macro decisions come into play for Stony Brook University, that's where they can find an end to this early game that Harrisburg University might not necessarily have to put up to.
And that pushes into early game assignments, right? And sort of getting to those checkpoints and completing those early quests a lot faster than that of Harrisburg, because the game is giving them that slight advantage as well. Even with Harrisburg's draft, you look at maybe it is a Poppy jungle instead of a Gragas jungle, or vice versa, whichever way those two are going to go. We don't fully know just yet. This is just in a conception of what we believe is happening. Until we get on the Rift, then we'll actually get to see. But both of those junglers, they're pretty slow in the early stages. They can't keep up with that Lee Sin, and that's where you give that advantage over to Stony Brook University. You give LCY that capability to get to those checkpoints early, lock down those neutral objectives, find those pinches to either really harass and force summoners out of the mid lane and get some pressure over there, take away from High Key Savage, give it over to yourself in Nanami and in Emma Ryu. And then from there, get all that prio, get that map prio, and shut down those flanks and open them up for yourself to where Harrisburg is playing in darkness and they don't know which way you're going to be coming from. And that whole defenses that we are hyping up about are never going to be 100% active or 100% effective in their own right.
I do have an update for you. We got a little sneak peek from our wonderful producers. Just gonna give a shout out to them really quick. It is gonna be the Set versus Kennen in the top lane. The Poppy is gonna be in the jungle, which is gonna be a pretty fun one. And Gragas going to the support.
All right. So what that tells us is that the Poppy is going to be a little bit faster with just how she clears, but it's still, again, not as fast as that Lee Sin on the side of Stony Brook. And it's there more to be a more secure ganker and pressure that Lee Sin more when he tries to challenge those lanes, which Harrisburg has those dominant lanes in the Kennen and in that bottom lane of the Misfortune and the Gragas that can duel a little bit more effectively when it comes down to like all cooldowns offline. When I look at the level 6s of these teams, Harrisburg has the massive advantage. So that's where that Poppy's coming in there to be the disruptor to say, all right, this Lee Sin's not going to get any of that early pressure. We're going to shut down those avenues of approach, to where I would say Stony Brook, I don't think needs to be looking at those too much. It's just focus that mid jungle priority, as you mentioned, and then get to those neutral objectives where you can sort of force them out, create that zone and that space to sort of play out from, sort of a safe bubble,
Yeah.
and then be able to take that objective, disengage back into your lanes, and sort of play the map more than you play Harrisburg.
Yeah, exactly. Just being able it's what happens before level 6 for this mid lane, and then what happens after level 6 for this mid lane.
Yes.
How much mobility are we going to see coming out of this mid lane? How much influence will we see from this setup? Because both these teams are definitely gunning for different things. At least a lot of late game setup for Harrisburg University. They feel confident in their objective control potentially as the game goes further on. But for me as well, another way to look at this competition, look at this, best of 3 that we have in front of us. Stony Brook University going up against, I guess an up-and-coming Stony Brook University going up against Harrisburg University, an established legacy collegiate program who has multiple years of success across multiple different esports. And I just love that aspect of this fight. Yes, there's League of Legends. Yes, there's champions. But it's everything that encompasses collegiate competition that just gets me going.
Of course, and I believe you were talking with one of Harrisburg University staff members, Special, and how they actually really love the environment and sort of the scene that NACE really provides right now in the collegiate scene of a lot of growth and development, and you can sort of try and test out a lot of players and a lot of styles and metas here and be that boiling pot to where you can then go on to those bigger stages and really bring it to the competition and become such a better team and such a better ecosystem and environment with a program that you have at your universities. And going to that point of Stony Brook versus Harrisburg, you've got, like you said, that established group against Stony Brook. And I have to say, Stony Brook, I think I can't give them the benefit of the doubt on this one. It's a very tough hill to climb in their own right, even if this is the B team of Harrisburg. But we saw Stony Brook just a few weeks ago, and they had a very immaculate performance against Widener. So to that end, you have to give them some credit when it comes down to dominating other teams when they get that lead. It's just a question of if and when they can.
And that's where I want to tie this back into the picks that we saw. And that's where I think Stony Brook University, having a little bit of a different approach going into Harrisburg is going to be a boon for them. And looking for that aggression early is where they have to thrive. If they aren't able to find that, though, I do worry for their late game strategies.
Yeah, I'll be a little worried right now. Like, you got a Lee Sin against a Poppy, which I would say Poppy does scale against Lee Sin a little bit better, especially when you go a little bit more tank bruiser-esque. I would expect either a Divine Sunderer or I'd have to say a Stride Breaker on this Poppy, because that can be very dominant, right? You just go in, shut someone down, slow them, just deal a brutal amount of damage that you can still trade effectively with. And the Lee Sin, if he's not ahead, if he's not 2-3 kills ahead, if he's not 2-3k in the lead, then he's going to have a tough time against that Poppy. But into the game, Clyde already seeing if he can check in, throw a little bit of gift wrap presence and some information over for Harrisburg.
No, it's not yet. Not yet, Coco. Stop it. But it's not Christmas just yet. I'm just going to throw that out there.
We got to get Halloween and Thanksgiving out of the way before we really.
There's a lot of hurdles to cross here, but as we do get into game number 1 of this best of 3, it is to establish a continued undefeated streak in the NACE Starleague season here, and to continue the drive towards that $10,000 prize pool as well for these colleges and these programs. I love it.
And it's all on the line here now. We're all in that upper bracket. Everyone is 4-0 in their series, but the question also comes into how clean were those series, right? Like we mentioned, Stony Brook 2-0 on Widener, and that's really 2-0 to a lot of their competition so far. Harrisburg is also in that same department, and that's where it's coming and breaking into it.
Oh, Clyde.
This is interesting.
Oddness isn't going to have anything after this 4th shot. He literally has nothing to do after that. Makel, one more auto. Is that going to be first blood, Harrisburg? They have struck gold in the bot lane.
There's no reason for Oddness to just stay out that far at this moment in time. Yeah, you got that information, but you're just allowing Clyde and Makel to pincer onto you. when we were just talking about how oppressive a misfortune lane can be, even in the early stages, that love tap does a lot of damage, and you need to create that pressure, that place to breathe for a Jin and Karma to work effectively. And just giving that advantage over already is a huge red flag for Stony Brook University in this early game. Now, one of those places where you can neutralize a lot of that snowballing potential is now starting to whittle away already.
I just noticed it was a boot start for Oddness as well. I was wondering how he was so quick. And the speed up from Fleet Footwork is nice, but I was like, there's a little extra movement speed there. Boot start for the Jin. It's not something you typically see, I feel like, but we're just gonna see Xyle try to return bot lane, knowing that this non-mobile AD carry has no flash.
Be very careful with this here, but Oddness is smelling blood in the water. He's dropping that ward down to make sure he can keep an eye on Xyle if he comes here, but LCY is also in the vicinity to try and counter
gonna have to break
if this
red.
comes to fruition.
Yeah, here it comes into the wall. There they go. They know exactly where to go, Coco. They go for Oddness. Now you've got LCY here. Clyde has fallen to the tower, and you've got a lot of members of SBU to punish Harrisburg's overzealous aggression early into this game, and it's going to lead to a kill lead for SBU.
And that's double buffs already going over to LCY, because he gets that blue buff that Xyle donates over to him with that kill. And now you have to ask yourself, is it really worth it that Harrisburg was able to get that oppression? I believe they didn't expect that LCY was starting on the top side of the map. It would have thought that this Lee Sin would have started red, would have been up in the upper quadrants area, and that there would have been no answer to this counter gank outside of like that potential TP from MRU.
No. Oh,
But
LCY.
now this is just flipping the table. It's greedy to greedy here. LCY is in trouble.
Clyde's going to get the body bump. It's delaying a little bit of this movement from LCY. He's trying to stop the dash here. Xyle is able to do so, but LCY just goes to his bot lane, who had achieved priority.
There we get out. Clyde's going to go ahead and drop down a ward if he can, just to spot out this red buff
Still
once
hasn't
again, which
gotten
has
this red
been done.
buff.
Hey man, I respect the greed, but like I said, it sort of bit him in the butt right there, and Clyde might just try and challenge us. He's level 2, but
He
it's
still
some
just
decent damage.
can't get
Oh,
the
but he knows
buff.
he's there though.
He does.
I think
I don't think there's
Clyde
no
doesn't
way.
know that he's spotted, so he might just get
Oddness
killed
is
here.
here. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
everyone's
all
here.
collapsing. Clyde, a little bit of aggression. He answered too early. There it
Oh,
is.
nice.
As so much aggression. Oh my god, the AoE from the Poppy! And they got the turnaround as well. Shutdown goes to Clyde. Bacon tastes good, gets the kill though, and now it's going to be a little bit of a wonky trade back. Xyle dies. High Key Savage gets the kill. Maykel has roamed up from seemingly nowhere to make it into the fight. And this is 5 minutes into the game. We have 9 kills, Coco.
This is just what we're talking about. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath, and it's going to go down to the wire to see
Oh
which
my
one
god,
of
High Key
these
Savage
teams
about to get
wins.
1v1 by the
Bing's gonna take
support.
this, isn't he?
No, he's trying to get the machine gun going. The flash, the
Hey.
kill. Bacon tastes good. Don't it though?
It does when you get kills like that as the Karma support onto the Rise mid lane,
Oh,
and then you
LCY.
neutralize that lane priority.
Oh,
LCY, who got that? I
Cloud.
believe it was, yeah, LCY that was able to snag
He's
that.
able to get the smite.
Just gonna go back. We're gonna take a deep breath here, because I think we're going back to the deep end fairly shortly with how Clyde is just
I
controlling
can't
this
swim,
tempo right
Coco.
now.
I don't know.
You can't swim?
No, I
Yo,
can
we're gonna
swim.
take some swimming
It was a
lessons,
lie.
man.
It was a lie. I take it
Okay.
back.
I was like, I've seen you with floaties on. I know you can swim. We've been to the pool before.
I've seen you with
Nonetheless.
floaties on.
But nonetheless, so this does disrupt a lot of that early checkpointing that I was talking about with Stony Brook University, right? Like Clyde is making sure that the map is being played in Harrisburg's speed and their momentum, their tempo. And to that end, LCY is having that difficulty of prioritizing those lanes. The only thing that we really haven't seen too much action of is in this top lane, where it is a cannon that neutralizes the set. The set can just take bullying, yeah, sure, yada yada. Everything's fine. Top lane doesn't really matter, right? But we're looking at the dragon, right? In a sense of when do we start to kick those up? With all of this chaos that has been happening in the bottom lane and within those bottom quadrants of the jungle, you have to be looking at Xyle to once again shut down a lot of the summoner spells on this bottom lane, get that pressure back into Maykel and Clyde's favor, and then force a fight at the dragon where they have those choke points for this Poppy and Gragas to really abuse and break down those squishies while they still have a massive amount of base damage in their kits before people start to get tanky and before people start to tear themselves into pieces, as LCY here is seeing if he can counteract that approach.
I get some love to the bot lane. The thing I was going to point out was how far ahead Maykel is in the laning phase. About 20 CS up at this point. That kill's worth the gold, not too shabby, but I want to see how much more pressure they put. Xyle has been just constantly showing down bot lane, trying to get something going even further onto Oddness, onto Bacon Tastes Good, who now has a shutdown to deal with, as Xyle's just staying down here yet again.
Like I said, they're trying to force these summoners out, win this bottom lane priority so they can start getting the dragons early.
Oh, Realm Warp
Comes
coming in
Heike.
too. Oh, Heike Savage might be a little bit overextended here. He does have the backup as LCY comes in. Ooh, that's going to be a nice connect by Clyde. Now Xyle has to block the incoming threat here as Dragon Rage kick not available, but Xyle still dies. Not a trade going to be had by Harrisburg just yet. Maykel getting low. It's going to be close. It's not enough just yet. Heike Savage almost turns around the damage, but it's just going to be that one kill going to SBU.
And great body blocking there from Heike and Clyde to make sure that Maykel could get out with his life, but both of those summoners, the Flash and Exhaust, are gone. And all of that contention for this dragon is going to be going into Stony Brook University's favorite. They're the ones that are able to find the flanks, and the choke points were not shut down from Harrisburg to deny any of those approaches. You look at the vision right now, and it's all in favor of Stony Brook. They know where Harrisburg was maneuvering just moments ago to make sure that they could get that setup online. And now they have those choke points ready so that they were confident to take that dragon for themselves. And I think that was the big key here in how that fight went down. The information that Stony Brook was able to get where Harrisburg was falling apart and that they were tripping up on. But this is a good reply, Nizelle, that this is this Herald that they're going to go ahead and take for themselves.
I can't listen to your analysis. LCY just
Come on, man.
backed on a control ward. I think... All right, my brain's having a hard time processing this. I'm just going to, walk away from that situation as Rift Herald being taken by Xyle. Is there a positive to that? Like, back
outside of wasting your time taking it, like those 4 auto attacks, that's like 2-3 seconds. You reset, you go get your blue buff, and like that would be more of a timing argument for sure. And it's like it's Clyde's control word. If you start attacking it, he might just drop it and deny it, and it's like, all right, your time's wasted. You don't get 30 gold. Yeah, right? So it's like. It's more of just timing.
And also, like, these players know better than me, right? The communication was probably there. Obviously, they cleared it immediately afterwards, so nicely placed, at least in communication-wise for SBU, as they've had great movement around the map. But now I'm looking even further at where or more you can get these Dark Seal stacks, right? You're 3-0-3 on this LeBlanc. We said, what does this jungle mid duo have in store for Harrisburg? And they've done well so far.
They've done well punishing a lot of the early proactivity that Harrisburg has been dumping out to deny that early game advantage that Stony Brook's composition has. Though a lot of that has been dampened into the bottom lane as well, right? Like, Odiness on this Jhin is 0-3. He's not doing too hot for himself in sort of like an individual department, right? Yeah, and 30 CS down. So he's going to take a while to scale up. But now it's like Harrisburg has to say, all right, the advantage that we have in the bottom lane, we need to continue to use it. Let's try and find this kill on the Bacon, see if we can find some other kills here. But every single time they're trying to push for it, Aegon, Emaryu, and LCY are all there to get everyone out and away from the kill threat that Harrisburg University has.
That was a close one. Maykel almost getting caught out by Bacon Tastes Good, who on this Karma comfort pick for them has been very aggressive and very, very fruitful, at least 2-0-5, having that bounty available too. Could be something Harrisburg wants to try and pick up at some point here, but continued presence from these junglers towards this bot side of the map as Xyle goes for the Scuttle Crab.
So reset's going to come in from the bottom lane of Stony Brook University as well, just to cash in on a couple more items. Doesn't have even have the Noon Quiver just yet. And that right there is a visual representation of the discrepancy we're playing with in the bottom lane. You've got the Gale Force already before Maykel, but Oddness, not even a recipe close enough to it. Has the ingredients, but doesn't have a lot of those items finished just yet outside the pickaxe. Decided to go for the mobility with the boost of swiftness, which I respect, right? Like, everyone's focusing you down. Might as well use that extra movement speed to try and dip in and dip out and peek your head around the corners a little bit safer. But this will be the first turret going over to Harrisburg University. All of this bottom lane pressure will be fruitful as they get so much gold onto this Misfortune to prepare for this mid game.
Those love taps do so much damage, but at some point I would like to get a gold toggle and see just how big that discrepancy is in bot lane, because
I'd say it's about
it's
what,
2,000.
2K. Okay.
Over 2,000. Now
I
we're
was
getting
gonna
a
say
TP
1.5, but wow.
from SBU though. They want
Go.
to take the fight. Here's the verdict used, but Zyle still in some trouble, trying to keep Maykel alive. Now just dashing away for his own life as he had to utilize the flash. Maykel trying to get the speed up, but he gets slowed down by the Jhin trap, and that seals his fate. Bacon tastes good. Will take down Zyle, and that's a double kill for SBU.
Very unfortunate trip of the trap there for Mikhail that gives them that kill over, and is actually granted over to Odinus, so that's a good catch up for themselves. That does jump it to about 1.5k gold difference in favor of Mikhail on that misfortune. But that is also really the only big discrepancy between these teams, and it's only a 300 gold difference between them in a vast majority, right? Because a lot of that additional gold is onto LCY there on that Lee Sin, who has about a 1.3k advantage. So he's neutralizing a lot of those factors and a lot of that economy right now. He has just cashed in on his Core Drinker as well. You see that Dragon is spawning in 30 seconds. This is where I want to see Stony Brook get that vision open once again. Make sure that you have priority on those choke points so you can pinch and flank from every which way, where Harrisburg doesn't have all the tools available to choke down and shut down all of those points.
And I want to do a little check-in here on the strategies both these teams are trying to implement. We said for SBU, we wanted early aggression. We wanted them to find their place on the map and utilize that. Harrisburg, meanwhile, we're going for the Wombo combo, the late game scaling, the objective fights, the team fights later into the game. Here, Harrisburg are actually taking a lot of aggression early, maybe biting them just a tiny bit, but they still have those late game factors to fall back on.
Yeah, they still have the Rise, they have the Kennen TP priority that they have still for themselves.
And they have a 1,000 gold lead.
Bottom side.
After all of this chaos, big deal.
Because of the turret plating that they've been able to get. They got that first brick, and a lot of this turret plating now that Cloud is winning that top side with the Kennen quite handedly. This is going to be a 3v4, 4v4 now. I see
he
they try
still
to
goes in for it. Oh no, right on top of the bullet time, and Jhin is not there to save you this time. LCY gets away with the shielding, but Bacon tastes good, finally gets shut down, and that gold goes right in Clyde's pocket.
Unfortunately, the timing was in Harrisburg's favor, so Stony Brook was not able to get that vision control on lock, and Harrisburg was able to shut down those choke points this time around for the Dragon. Now I'm looking. Nanami might be in a bad spot. I respect him going for those honey fruits.
He's got 2 levels on Zyle. Yeah, Zyle was actually the one that was scared in that setup. He also did have Oddness roaming up that way, not envisioned by Harrisburg, but he was able to follow up Nanami, so a little confidence there. Tower will fall though.
Yeah, and all of that gold going over to Cloud as well. He was only able to get 3 turret plates before those turret plates had fallen at the 14-minute mark. But he's able to get that second brick for Harrisburg. And all of that pressure on this top side of the map is going to be room for concern in the next few minutes, because now you have multiple areas. The two side flanks are going to be a little difficult.
Oh,
okay,
he
nice
steals it. Zyle knows, I just need to get out of here. I've got a level difference. I don't have any teammates. I'm back.
Doesn't have Mythic either, yeah. You just got to get out of there. He needs to have one other member to really try and challenge anything. Unless no one's there, then LCY will just win immediately. But this will be that second Herald of the game, but the first one started for Stony Brook University. Aiki is going to be on that side lane. He's not going to be able to enter this fight, so it would be a 4v4 once again with Emery answering that rise in the bottom lane. They're just going to give this one over. They're going to look for that mid lane pressure instead, see if they can break open that third and final outer turret so they can really open up this map in favor of Harrisburg. While Stony Brook now, with that Herald, they're looking to try and push that back, push some defenses back, give themselves an opening to work with, and I'd be looking at mid lane as a Cloud.
Finally getting some aggression in the top lane. Nanami keeps getting stunned up. Showstopper comes out, but Nanami wants to try and turn it, can't do it. Cloud gets the kill.
Unfortunately, doesn't have the Core Drinker just yet to get that additional sustain to heal back up. And they'll be able to win on that one. Emery and LCY, seeing if they could try and make amends on the bottom side, but high key, playing it safe, playing it smart, able to get out early, and he stretched out across the map. Man, Harrisburg is doing such a good job.
They really are. That's all 3 outer towers now taken by Harrisburg. And nice movements around the map. Ooh. Mikhail getting about half his health taken out there in the combo, but still, Harrisburg come out on top yet again, now ballooning that lead to 3,000.
And this is where I would have preferred to see LCY go mid lane and just use himself as that extra man to push Mikhail and Clyde off of that turret, and then use that Herald to break open the mid lane. You know that Harrisburg already has the advantage with the 2 turrets on the off lanes being already taken. They have that inside strength to find those flanks. Drive yourself through that middle with the Herald, open the game up from the inside, and then be able to work through the jungle and find some openings through that way. And it gives you a little bit of ground to work with, where going to bottom lane didn't really give him anything at all, and it just wasted time, and Harrisburg was able to get that advantage to the mid lane, and now the map is really open for them. So 17 minutes into the game, and now it's, you know, it's a kill a minute almost.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to get a little bit more here now.
A little more?
Harrisburg, they've made some good cash-ins. I think they're ready to start some
9
fight.
kills in the first 5 minutes.
Hey, I'm just looking at the cash-ins of the times right now.
Alright,
Both these
alright,
teams
I
have
got
finished
you.
their mythic items completely.
I mean,
so
Maykel's
we're gonna be
already
looking
working
for
on
blood.
his third. Like, the
True.
dude already has an LDR as well as the Gale Force. Like, that's pretty nuts at 17:45 here. We'll see if they can utilize it, though, because that execution is needed for Harrisburg's composition.
And they're going to be looking to use it here in just a few minutes, or just a few moments, excuse me, as the Infernal Dragon is going to be spawning in about 45 seconds. You want to get that vision out there, Stony Brook. Get some vision here. Know where Harrisburg is looking to choke you off at, and then use that one place where they lack information to find those flanks for both Nanami and for Emeru. And also to make sure that you don't know that you know, where Cloud is coming in from this Kennen as well. Kennen has that TP availability, so can still be on that offside and continue to pressure while this Dragon is getting set up by Clyde and the rest of Harrisburg.
LCY gonna use the Rift Herald in mid lane, but towards that jungle. Interesting setup here, just to get a little distraction. A little distraction for Harrisburg as they try to get priority in mid lane, but Harrisburg has already set up in mid around this Dragon and towards bot lane. Zamoryu is just caught completely out. Heike Savage trying to predict the Everfrost, but will not find it. A lot of time bot here for SBU as they get the mid lane charge. Zamoryu tries to get the flash, will not. Shutdown goes to Maykel. Fight continuing in mid lane. Zyle not going to get the root connected here, and Harrisburg have advantage. They got TP. Cloud with the slicing Maelstrom can make the difference. Nanami, meanwhile, just getting caught out on his own. Maykel gets another kill, and this Misfortune is exploding onto the map.
They're just going to take this Dragon for themselves now. There's no way that Stony Brook can look to try and enter this jungle anymore. And that will be the second Dragon for Harrisburg, but it will be on Soul Point in the next 5 minutes. Oddness, he's looking for a kill on a Clyde, but Maykel and Zyle have that pinch. They could look for a kill right here, right now, with the flashes that both Clyde and Zyle have. It's LCY that's looking for blood here on high key. Seeing if he can get some pressure
here,
on
though.
top.
Curtain call's coming out.
This is not good
LCY
for him.
is stuck between a rock and a hard place. The prison comes out. Flash will be used. Realm Warp available. Gets them both out. As TPs, 2 of them, utilized by SBU to back up that fight.
Yeah, but what about Clyde, though? He's getting chased down, but they're going to go ahead and force him right off. And all the while, Cloud is in the bottom lane, pushing on this Kennen, be taking the 4th turret of the game. No turrets have been answered yet by Stony Brook University. As I will bite my words fairly shortly once Odinus completes this first outer turret.
It's going to be close.
He got it.
Yeah,
Air
okay,
Force
there we
shuttle,
go, there we go. I thought that
All right.
maybe Heike Savage was going to try to do something sneaky there, but not going to do it. Finally, SBU get their first tower of the game. But still, Harrisburg, 4,000 in the lead and control of the map.
And a lot of it has been due to Clyde and Zyle just creating so much pressure in this bottom lane to thwart a lot of that proactivity and that early play style that Stony Brook University wanted. And even with all of the bloodbath that had happened early on, there was really not any big gold leads. There was maybe 1,500 gold in the lead for the teams as a whole during that entire team deathmatch style. But since the game has died down in a sense of kills and is focused more on to lane pressure, map control, and tempo, you can now see Harrisburg's dominance now pushing to that 4k gold lead and shutting down any avenue of approach that Stony Brook is looking for. And anytime they look into the jungle, they're taking bullets to the face.
Slicing Maelstrom. LCY is down. Maykel now on a killing spree. Facebreaker.
Oh, he missed it.
Nice. They do get Cloud. Bullet time over top of it's going to do so much, and a double kill goes to Maykel. Can he make it 3? Nanami will make it 3 as well. Don't want to follow it up there, Harrisburg. Playing calm, cool, and collected there as the catch out comes through.
They might just go for Baron right here, right now. They have the tankiness of Clyde and Xyle to go ahead and do it. Mikhail doesn't need mana. He's an ADC. And is going more for the crit style at the moment too, so it will be absolutely fine to take this one nonetheless. They know that they're doing it because of that scuttle that's right there. But if you're trying to challenge with 2 members, and one of them is not the jungler, you are playing with fire here because they can jump immediately on top of you big. And you got to be real careful here. Same for MRU.
Nice little damage there. Everfrost comes out from Hikey Savage. Bacon tastes good, trying to go for it. Oh, the body slam stops him in his tracks. Amoryu will not die, but the Baron does. Harrisburg striking again.
Well played there from Xyle and Clyde, immediately disengaging for the Baron to just stop Amoryu from using any kind of assassination potential. And that is Baron power play right there for 5 members of Harrisburg. And I'm having to say, these defenses of Stony Brook are not looking good at this point.
That's what you get though, Coco. When you draft a team fight composition that you have an insurance policy pretty much with, as you get into the late game fights, you know it's going to boil down to team fights around objectives in collegiate.
Of course.
And here we are. They knew this was going to happen. Yes, they fumbled early. They were down by a lot of kills early against SBU. Their aggression was answered to, but now it doesn't matter. Harrisburg have taken absolute control, and Nanami will feel that control firsthand.
I don't know, man. 9 kills to 6, a 3-kill difference is not a big lead that Stony Brook ever had against Harrisburg University. But like you said, it was a bunch of like shutdowns and counters that were like keeping the gold close in the favor of Stony Brook in the early game. But it's been Harrisburg's game to lose for a very long time at this moment. And like you said, with the easier to execute team composition to fight around those objectives with that late game insurance, it's paying off dividends for them. And SBU with the more difficult to execute, but very high risk, high reward with the pinch and flanks and choke points that they need to control, they have fallen flat in these past 10 minutes. And this is where Stony Brook is staring death down right in the eyes, right in the face, as a mid lane being sieged in. There's no real good wave clear outside of, I guess, like the Karma and a crap ton of Jin traps to clear these Baron powered waves. And MRU is going to try and continue to push people off his LCY.
Oh, LCY, he can't get away. The blast cone will seal his fate as well. Xyle gets the kill. Meanwhile, Hikey Savage blew up Oddness, who no longer exists. Rip, my friend. And the inhib tower will go down next.
It's only 24 minutes in, and the inhibitor turrets are being broken in here by Harrisburg. It's now a 10,000 gold lead almost here, with the inhibitors now being taken down. And with the respawn timers at 15 seconds for both LCY and Oddness, it will be Harrisburg retreating from the base of Stony Brook, playing it safe, getting this soul point here on this Infernal map, making sure that they can cash in on any additional gold that they have in their pockets. With that 10k gold lead, or at least 9,000 at the moment, I'd have to say for Harrisburg, you get that Infinity Edge that Mikhail's looking for. High Key will be able to finish that Void Staff potentially, and with the rest of the team, they'll have those resources to really break in and close out this game 1.
Mikhail just does so much damage already on this Misfortune. Now that the setups are there for them, the damage just flows through Harrisburg at this point. Got about 3 minutes to the next objective on the map, which means Harrisburg are purely going to be looking for kills. LCY is going to be in some trouble here. He's on the wrong side of the map, but he is completely surrounded. Clyde on the other side here will body bump him, keep him into the fight, but the rest of SBU are backing him up. He gets out alive. For now.
Get out. Yeah, they're still mobile. There's still mobile champions
Oddness.
in the game.
Oddness
isn't.
Yes, the flash. He's got Cloud on the backside. Oddness, you've lived ADC's nightmare now, as now the Slicing Maelstrom utilized. Oddness just goes down, literally not being able to do a single thing, and Harrisburg will wipe the floor with SBU in this first game.
If you're here right now for Harrisburg, you don't chase for kills. You just teleport straight to the base
LCY
and
with
end
the
the game.
moves.
They are playing with their food right now, Mazel. They're saying, let's pad these stats,
But
let's
it's
pad
all
this
towards
KDA.
the top side. It's all towards their objective. Right, Xyle's about to just die. No, he doesn't die. Oh my god.
But at this point, the objective's the Nexus. Let's get this one.
There it is. Game number 1. SBU falls. Harrisburg will continue at least trying to keep their undefeated streak alive here in the NACE Starleague Fall Split. 1-0. Gonna be hard for SBU to come back from that game, but you gotta expect the bounce back at some point.
I gotta expect the bounce back, and I'd have to say the very first thing would be either taking away or banning that misfortune straight up. It is still a ridiculous
Straight up.
champion, and it's just one of those where like you look at the pressure that the rest of the team was able to apply in that bottom lane, and it's all onto Clyde and Xyle,
Yeah.
who did an immaculate job. And it's saying, hey, we know how to do bot lane pressure. Let's pick the most broken ADC in the meta to really benefit from that effort, and we'll just be able to take an easy win with a massive team fighting composition dominance that we were able to dish out. So well done for Harrisburg University, and it's time for Stony Brook to answer in game 2.
Yep, great first punch from HU, but now we got to see SBU's punch back. We'll be back after a short little break. Don't miss it. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV Tournament. We are into our first best of 3 of 2 of the night. Harrisburg University taking on Stony Brook University. I'm Mazel, joined by Coco the Dragon. And what a game, number one, from Harrisburg University, Coco.
Yeah, dominant performance from Harrisburg University. They read the signs, they read
Yeah.
the tea leaves, and said, I see what you were trying to do, Stony Brook University, being an early game team composition. Well, how about we just first blood you within 2 minutes, and then continue to dive your bot lane for the next remaining times of the game. But once they had to break that open, it was all up to Clyde and Xyle to just constantly oppress and shut down Oddness and Bacons in this bottom lane. Sure, LCY and MREO were able to get some repercussion and some consequence out of this, but it was a question of application of those kills. Yes, you get the kills. Yes, you get the shutdowns. Yes, you get gold. But what are you using with that gold? What time are you spending?
Man.
Are you getting resets and so on? And that's where you're not able to really see the effect that Stony Brook University was able to get, because Harrisburg was always in the game. They're always on tempo. And from turning a game into a bloodbath to an absolute tempo control, it was a very good masterclass of how dominant Harrisburg University's program is in League of Legends. And reminder, this is the B team, and they play like they're on their A game.
Honestly, just that body slam set up there to stop Amoria from doing anything in the very I know it wasn't the biggest play, but gosh, that's just
it's just satisfying.
Feels bad, man. And now going into game two, the biggest question for Stony Brook University is, how do you bounce back from that game? We got to see that bounce back. You got to continue that undefeated streak here, right? I mean, you don't have to, but you'd like to.
Sure.
Do you go for something different? You went for this very early mobile setup where you wanted skirmishing, you wanted to get that advantage, you wanted to snowball into a composition that was, fine taking skirmishing early, but very good in the late game setup. Do you change that approach? Do you continue it? Because that early game was okay.
Sure. Yeah, well, a lot of it does come down to difficulty of execution, and especially at this level where a lot of the teams that are playing in the NACE Starleague are the JV teams or some of the A teams that are in a either up-and-coming program or just a club that are trying to gain that recognition. So creating that style of drafting an easier to execute composition than that of your opponent, and then being able to apply the leads that you have and the kills that you get into a more effective mid-game performance is what we'd be looking for as we have jumped into the second game draft phase. You can already see that the Riven, of course, the Kiana one-trick stuff, we're wiping that off the board, but the new interesting pickup is that Poppy that has now been put on the ban table by Stony Brook University. They think that was the keystone of a lot of their issues with Xyle in the jungle. Maybe without that Poppy this time around, we can have some efforts going here for Stony Brook to gain a hold back into this game. Also, the MF is banned.
But it will be Harrisburg that pick up the LeBlanc this time around, so a little bit scary in that avenue. Heavy priority on LeBlanc because of the comfort that both these teams have on that champion. Now it's the first two picks for Stony Brook University. How are they going to try to set up their composition? Do we see the early grab of the Lee Sin that actually felt LCY had good performance on? If he had backup from the rest of his team, maybe that goes a little bit differently. The LeBlanc looked good last time around. What do they replace that mid lane fighter with? And it's the Lucian so far. Flexibility there. Could go mid, could go bot, still could go top as well.
I would be expecting a bottom lane at the moment because one champion that is missing from the ban as well is the Nami, and I feel like Stony Brook could just Lucian Nami right here. There's not the Yuumi misfortune that you need to deal about, and the only other composition or the bottom lane that I would be concerned in any way, shape, or form would be either an Aphelios Thresh, which has sort of been whittled away from the meta, but instead they go for the Leona. Another interesting choice. It's not as oppressive as the Nami Lucian style has been in, say, Worlds, but it is still very, very powerful. Leona brings a lot of that base damage with her passive procs that come into play, and to that end, it's now Harrisburg's turn to say, you know what, we're going to go ahead and try and counteract this. You immediately blind picked your priority in the bottom side of the map, which was absolutely oppressed in game one. We're going to continue that trend, and we're going to pick up some additional ADCs and a potential jungler here to either get that snowball rolling.
The Jhin into Leona is just never a fun time. As a Jhin player myself, we'll see what Harrisburg can do as they feel confident in that pick, though. And as well as the Xin Zhao hovered here. Very, very, very strong jungler in the meta. But as well as a good setup with that LeBlanc, as we were seeing the Lee Sin was last time around. But it is the Lee Sin that comes through.
And I'm liking that one. It could potentially turn into a anything you can do, I can do better kind of situation, Mazel, with Lee Sin, Jhin, and LeBlanc.
Literally just currently the exact same comp.
it is currently the Stony Brook Game 1 composition that they are drafting up. So they could do like a salty switcheroo here for the second game, which would, of course, be a very, very bitter, but also, if you can pull it off and you do it expertly, it just shows you the discrepancy between these two teams and how much farther ahead Harrisburg actually is on this B team. Though Syndra is going to be that counter pick here for Stony Brook against that LeBlanc, something that will be able to clear and also has that level 6 potential to threaten. But now it's on to those second phases of the bans.
Yeah, I do like the safety that the Syndra has in the mid lane for Stony Brook University. Something I feel like they, had last time, but it was a little bit more of a double-edged sword this time around. Maybe more stuck in the laning phase for Stony Brook University, utilizing the priority that can be gained there with that. We'll see what their next pickups are going to be after this ban phase goes through. Gragas is the first ban away from Stony Brook. So at this point, Harrisburg are like, you're not going to give us any of our pieces from last game. We'll just take all yours.
Yeah, why not? With the Gragas and Thresh gone, you're thinking, what else do we have for Jhin to take? If they're expecting those more aggressive and engage focused supports, Braum is still on the table, Nautilus is still on the table. Both of those to me don't really sing too well. They don't pair too well with that Jhin, but they are still very powerful supports that you can run with. Heck, even the Galio, which has been sort of an underdog, has been sort of shadowing in some of the competitive queues just because it's something that's comfortable with these players. But we have to answer that later, as the Talon, though, in the jungle has been locked in for Stony Brook University, something that has been very dominant on the world stage. Could this be the turning point that Stony Brook needs to take this to a game 3?
Very high bar of execution needed, but they want to pull this out to bring it back. The set is the immediate pickup for Clyde. I was going to say either the set or maybe we see the Jhin Pantheon. It will not be. The setup is there, though, and pun intended, with that Slicing Maelstrom AoE combo that they'll have as the Kennen was picked up for Harrisburg. Now, what is the final pick, the counter pick for Stony Brook University? Because it does look like it's going to be the Lucian, Leona in the bot lane.
It's going to be a Camille. There we go. Something that can actually jump on top of this Kennen, can gap close against him, and then be able to trade a little bit more effectively with the passive, as well as just the absolute true damage that's going to be coming in from the scissor kicks as well. So to that point, I'd have to say it's a little bit of a top lane, but top lane was not very influential in the last game either.
It was very much of an island. We're back to last season.
It was very much an island. And even if you try and argue, you had Cloud do really well on the Kennen. Well, it's Kennen, and he started getting kills when he was able to get those TP flanks. Anything in top lane did not matter. Once he hit that TP button, that's when Kennen was able to get flanks, get kills, get game, and really take over.
Get game.
That side. Get game. You get game. GG.
Game.
But to that end, the one thing that I don't really like out of Harrisburg University's team composition is that set. It is something that it's like you could pick something a little bit more focused. Even like the Rel or the Nautilus are just like bigger preferences for myself. Heck, even the Blitzcrank, just something to like pull someone out and just like take them out of the area of effect, and then just like isolate that target for like LeBlanc and Lee Sin to just jump on top of and sort of drag the rest of Stony Brook with it into a potential kill zone is always a good idea. But with just the raw damage and the capability that set has in dueling and in those 2v2 scenarios, you have to give him a slight argument there. In that bottom lane that can just like tear through a lot of the tankiness that the Leona and the Lucian will be having in that bottom lane.
Very true. A lot of different focus here from Stony Brook. I'm 100% looking at this top side of the map. I want to see how much influence LCY can have up there with the Talon, the mobility that Talon provides. What does this early potential unique pathing of the Lee Sin for Harrisburg do to that Talon? And honestly, it's all up to the junglers to make this early game run.
It's going to be very important for those junglers this time too. Like, you don't have that turret diving capability like Xyle had on the Poppy, where you could just like really just jump on
literally
top of the
run into the tower for no reason at level 2 or 3 because you can as a Poppy.
Yeah, just walk up slowly and down smash and just be like, you're perma stunned, you don't get to play the game, goodbye, get game. Like, this is where they'll have to be a little bit more creative, right? And I'd be looking at that mid lane once again. I'd have to say Talon and Lee Sin both have the capability to really cause some havoc against both the LeBlanc and the Cinder, who will be contesting back and forth in this mid lane for that priority, for the scuttle fights, for those neutral objectives, and then sort of flow into either the mid or the bot lane, whichever is more appetizing. And I think you made a good point with the top lane, maybe being that place for Stony Brook.
And something else, and I'm a little sad we're going to see this difference here, but I'm very interested in what this bot lane means for both sides this time around. I'm thinking we'll get a little bit more presence down towards the bot side for Harrisburg University because I do feel like you were talking about earlier. You know, the set into the Leona is a decent combo, but the range
Yep.
advantage is going to be there as well. And for Stony Brook University, it's that question of, do we fully abandon this bot side of the map and try to put all of our eggs into the top and mid basket, or do we try to weather that storm down there with them and try to pick up the aggression that we saw from Harrisburg University in game number one?
Yeah, in game number one. Yeah, it might be possible. But then, like the other question in my head right now is that difficulty of execution, right?
Yeah,
In how
very
these
true.
two compositions really work well together. I just with nameplates off, I feel Stony Brook has the easier to execute composition on the surface. However, that's with nameplates off. This is where I think Harrisburg has a little bit easier dissection and understands these matchups a little bit better than that of Stony Brook, just off of recency bias here.
Mhm.
And to that end, like if you're able to just get one good TP flank on this cannon, if you just get one good flank there, one good pinch, one good move, this game might just be over for Stony Brook
Yeah.
in a heartbeat. But that does come down to how effective they are in finding those pinches once again, and also around those. I would say most likely than not, these dragon fights. Rift Heralds are going to be nice for both of these teams, but I don't think they're going to be looking to take them too often outside of just sort of a this is free, we can have this. There's no way they can reply to us when we take this.
And that's where that macro decision from Harrisburg University in game one really shines through for me because they also have a lot of, looking at this composition a little bit more, they also have a lot of potential for pickouts and
True.
catchouts, especially when you have a very interesting composition for SBU. You have Leona, who literally can only go forward. And then you have a
Yeah.
lot of other champions who, yes, have a little bit of mobility, but not as much follow up in that avenue. And I feel like it's really up to Bacon, who had an insane game number one on the Karma, by the way, to really be that initiator, be that decision maker for Stony Brook University as the team fights come to bear.
Yeah, and I think Bacon is a good person to look at in this game because if you can't get onto anyone as this Leona and you're really having a hard time against this set, then you're not getting onto the Jin, you're not getting onto the Lee
No.
Sin, you're not getting onto anyone in particular, and you're gonna have to start playing back and playing defensively. And like you said, it's a one-dimensional champion. It's only go forward or it's only go backwards. And with how much flexibility and maneuverability that Harrisburg University has, it turns from we're not trying to out tank them, we're trying to outmaneuver them, and being able to dip in, do our damage, and then dip back out, and then be able to get to those cooldowns once again and reset those timers. And that is where, though in retrospect more difficult to execute, can really be chaotic when you are able to do it perfectly.
It can. And I also want to see how much red side is going to mean for both these teams going into the series.
True.
Harrisburg had a great performance on the red side first game. See if SBU really can have a renaissance for themselves into game two, because that game one was a little bit harder to watch as we got further on. It was very
Mm,
difficult because the decisions from Stony Brook, yes, the aggression was still there. You could see the structure in the decision making, but
yeah.
because of the advantage that Harrisburg had, and because how good they were at pulling SBU around the map, that's what made the difference to me. So I'm hoping that SBU were able to regroup in the off time here, the couple minutes they had between games, and really get that pep talk going. And where is that communication line? What is the structure that we're having when we're coming to decisions as the game progresses?
Very true. It's curious because I feel like the red buff, or the red side buff as it is in a lot of the competition, is fairly in that favor of being able to not only just get easier entryway into the neutral objectives and specifically into that bottom lane and have so many more openings to find those flanks, but also in the draft, you're able to have that comfortability to find those counter picks and look for those openings in a sense of giving yourself an easier composition to execute, or even to just get that one pick that you need to help neutralize one lane to take out that win condition from your opponent and give it over to yourself. So might just be the case, and that's where I think that Camille Kennen situation is the argument of the draft point of like, all right, red side counter pick, is this Camille really the right choice with that counter style, or is it more of that entry way of saying now we have a lot more options to approach this bottom lane easier, where we were just sort of isolated in the bottom lane and didn't have that capability to access it, and that change might just be the one of those changes might actually be the turning point for us to take this over. But it is a neutral slate. It is Harrisburg up 1 point, and it is us on Summoner's Rift for the second game of this series.
We are into it here, Coco. As on my end, you sound like a robot, but I was able to make all the noises out, man. I heard what you said, and thank you for introing us into the game. As we got to see what SBU has to say about this best of 3, if they want to continue that undefeated streak alive in Swiss bracket.
Definitely so. The 5-man spread I don't like though. I want that blood right now. Like they had me have so much fun in game 1 and we went absolutely crazy, but now it doesn't matter. Like what the heck? Let's get this going. And I like where Bacon's at, trying to get some early information with Heike Savage literally just behind enemy lines. This might be saving Private LeBlanc here in a minute, but that ward though is gonna be good because of where LCY might start. But oh, hello Heike.
Level 1 strats coming to bear here for both teams. Coco, you're going to have to take over for a moment. I'm going to have to reset my settings here so you don't sound like a robot. Be right back.
Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Everyone say bye to Mazel. Bye-bye, Wave. As we go ahead and kick off this game. And already, with how the start is, the ward is swept. That don't matter. Sure, you got that additional 30 gold. Congratulations, Oddness. You are able to start with slightly more gold in the longsword 3-pot strat you're looking at. But that information has been sold. Xyle knows that you're starting on the bot side, and they're going to be starting that action here as Oddness taking a brutal amount of damage, going to around 1/3 of health as Clyde dropping down, but he's got that set regen with the pick grit to regen up just fine. Doesn't need to use any of his potions to get back on there, but he will consume one just to get his self topped off. As no summoners exhausted on this bottom side out of that initial level 1 duel, now it's a question of when they can get to that level 2 and if Clyde will be looking for more. He does have that potential Hex Flash available in the back pocket. That is really the only reason why set support is available. And to this end, we now shift our eyes up to the other real big objective focus and lane priority in this game, which is this mid lane and how these two junglers are going to be looking around for it.
I am back, Coco. Still lagging, but I'm going to weather the storm with you here, buddy. And we haven't gotten the craziness that we got in game number 1 yet, have we?
Yeah, no, not just yet, but Emorio is like really low, and it just takes Lee Sin-Q to end his day. Maybe even a couple cannon shots. He's going to be backing off. Ooh, man. He's going to have to use his TP early, though.
It was almost. Yeah, that TP is going to be something we have to revisit later, as Heike Savage will have the advantage in that aspect of it, but that first blood is what's important at this point. And these junglers need to be active on the Rift, as we do see a little bit of an invade coming through for Xyle.
Back that off. But it will be an exchange of scuttles here for both the junglers. LCY and Xyle will be grabbing those in the top and bottom respectively. And oh, hello, Bacon. He called out Clyde.
He can't? Oh, Bacon! Bacon's getting fried for first blood. It goes to Clyde. As now Makel in some trouble himself. Very heavy damage coming out from Oddness, but Makel still the better of it. About to have his 4th shot as well. Xyle coming up behind him. Ward hop. Oddness tries to get the kills, but he can't get anything, and Clyde gets himself a twofer. LCY looking at top lane though. Cloud, he's gonna die here, and it will be the response. Nicely timed by SBU.
Very well done there on both sides of the map. And from there, a great reply in that top side as well for Stony Brook to get that kill. That is that whole question, right? Of where are we going to be getting this repercussion or this consequence of this red side pickup from Stony Brook? Is it going to be in that bottom lane for that neutral objective pressure, or is it going to be in this top lane counter pick that Nanami was able to get onto this Camille? They already have that answer for the top side being the next piece of the puzzle for them to really even out this series.
Look at this.
But Amorio is in trouble.
Oh, he's got everybody coming mid for him. Nice scat of the week. Brings him back, though.
Very well done. Though the flash being forced does mean that you're going to be in a bit of a danger zone whenever you try and push out past that river on this Syndra for Amorio. And with the dragon spawning shortly, thankfully you weren't needing to TP back to lane, as the pressure will be able to sort of subvert and reassess back into this bottom side of the map. Though the TPs both being taken from Cloud and Nanami means that if that dragon is going to be starting up in the next few minutes, it will be a 4v4 situation without any top lane interaction or influence whatsoever. And I'd say that is a W for Harrisburg with the 2-kill lead that they have in Clyde and with the advantage that they have in this bottom side of the map. Not to mention Maykel decided to go for those steel plated caps, but Amorio, not level 6 just yet, but already taking a massive chunk out of high key.
And was trying to get the setup for LCY over the wall there, but it looks like they will go back down towards this bot lane. And it's interesting to see how this works out. We were contemplating, do we see SBU put more focus towards this Camille, towards this Syndra? But it's back towards the bot lane. It is back towards Oddness and Bacon Tastes Good, where LCY feels comfortable.
I respect LCY recalling here. Ooh, doesn't get spotted out. That's very key, because that does mean that they don't know where LCY is going to be on the map. And to that end, they won't be confident challenging this dragon and being in a state of confidence to really look for anything just yet until they get this bottom lane under control and maybe win the mid lane over as well. But it does look like LCY is hovering around this bottom side again because of that information that was given out. They know Xyl is in this bottom side of the map, and they don't want to give over that dragon easily. It's going to be that 4v4 that we've been hyping up, but both these mid laners might be resetting to try and challenge.
Did he get that?
Xyl goes in.
I think he did. The engage is going to follow here by Bacon, but do they have the damage? Now Oddness finally coming. There's the TP from the mid laner Amorio. It's too little too late, though. Bacon Tastes Good flashing over the wall. Xyl is going to go down as well. We're getting a rambunctious party here going, and it's Harrisburg throwing the festivities. Another one will bite the dust, and that's 3 kills for Harrisburg's 1 death.
We were just talking about that and the fact that it is all about this bottom lane of Harrisburg that is able to dominate, and the fact that Stony Brook's top side could not affect this 4v4 whatsoever means that they will be able to win this one over for themselves. But they don't get the dragon, though. They did have to exhaust that fight, but this is the 1v1 we're looking for.
There it is. Is it going to go to Nami's way? It's lagging. Oh, Cloud gets the 1v1 solo bolo for the Harrisburg top laner.
Oh my goodness, the counter pick that we were trying to argue for here for Stony Brook loses the 1v1, and that's going to be a massive red flag for Stony Brook to once again have to address, though they might look to the bottom lane to be that place of concern and possible
LCY
comeback.
Going
what are you
tower.
doing, LCY?
Oh man,
what?
That's
You're not even level 6.
I know I'm getting some lag, but is LCY getting some lag?
That was a little questionable from me, if I don't say so myself. I don't play Talon Jungle that much, but I do play with Talon Jungles, and I know a little bit of an interesting play when it does happen.
Is he going to go for it? He has the Dragon Rage kick, and that's it. Xyl gets the kill to Oddness.
Right,
and this is looking like game number 1 all over again. The Nightmares returning for SBU as they're just getting under-towered bot lane over and over again. Xyl gets himself a double kill. Ike Savage going for the 3rd. They don't get it. Amorio is the final standing piece for SBU on this bot lane, but not for much longer. Clyde taking up the tower, and it's Heike Savage Maykel who finished it off. Oh no, Heike Savage, you're gonna die. Okay, well, you know, things are how they are.
Yeah, you know, it is what it is, but it is a 10-3 kill lead in favor of Harrisburg University with a 4,000 or 3,000, excuse me, gold lead as well. I can't do math. I'm looking at the numbers. They're changing every second. But that will be that dragon being taken over for Harrisburg. First one of the game within 9 minutes. And for myself, I'd say, all right, Harrisburg, you got that bottom lane domination. You go ahead and got that dragon, that neutral objective's off the board. Let's go ahead and move Clyde and Mikhail to the mid lane to get that Rift Herald priority, and then start to bring this Cloud Pennon into a state of interaction, and then get that Herald and start to break the map open. It looks like that's the motions they're going to be going for, but they're going to leave Mikhail on the bottom side of the map, as this duel on the top side that we're watching could really tilt either way.
They will find a top lane 1v2. Cloud gets the outplay here, though. Oh, he does it. Nanami survives. Now High-Key Savage up here to make him pay. LCY stops the engagement from High-Key Savage here, putting a little bit of damage back as well. High-Key Savage could just take this. Oh, my screen is completely frozen right now, so I can't exactly see what's happening, Coco. But it looks like LCY got away.
It's okay. We've learned how to play with 10 FPS. I did it on my laptop before, back in Season 2. We're going to be doing it again this time as well. As from here on out. I don't like that we're not doing this Herald right now, Harrisburg. You should be getting this one done and dusted, especially with that recall coming in. Let's get this going, please. Unfortunately, they're going to be looking to the mid lane instead. They don't have that mid lane priority, and that, I think, is what's shaking them at the moment. They don't want Amoriu just going in and instantly blowing someone up. But with that vision drop, with that shift in the change, you've got a very small avenue of vision that is gone from LCY and the rest of SVU, but they smell you out. Unfortunately, Xyle cannot try and challenge this any further. And it looks like he will have to try and disengage, but High-Key will be there to help back him up.
Out of the week is, I think, going to connect. My screen's frozen, so maybe you got to play-by-play.
Oh, he did connect, yep. It is going to be there, but Talon is jumping in on top of High-Key Savage. They're trying to get away, but fortunately for them, it is going to be Nanami that is able to secure the Herald for themselves. It was taken away from Harrisburg's engagement, but they're trying to chase suit. Amoriu is going to be taken down here, but I might have spoken too soon. He's able to dodge away from Clyde's Haymaker. And Xyle, he does connect with Bacon on that shockwave, but is not able to get in range. Very sad for Harrisburg University in that set of plays. No real kills outside of that one onto Nanami is taken. But that's it. That's all that my eyes were able to see there. As we have to disengage for Harrisburg to reset, lick their wounds, and reassess their game plan. Like I said, it was unfortunate that they were taking so long to get started, but hold the doors, Cloud!
Oh, Cloud, he's gonna die.
It was unfortunate.
Short-lived.
He was just in a place where he had the greed in his eyes, he had the blood going, and in the sense of trying to get that kill on LCY, he was a little bit overextended, and with Nanami coming in for teleport, he's saying, I'm either taking one down with me, or I am dying here by myself, and I'm not going to use any kind of summers or ults to get out. I don't have flash available, so I'm going to be gone for that one. Nonetheless, game does neutralize. No real leads or gains are taken or lost at this moment. But it is Nami that is saying, you know what, I'm going to take the first brick of this game. I'm going to try and get some gold in my pockets and see if I can get this game going. Show that this Camille really was worth it in this second game on R5.
That's a lot of worth showing. Sorry, we're running into little technical difficulties with the stream. Apologies on our ends for that. But we're doing the best we can as we go through this second game of this first best of 3 of the night. Now it's SBU looking for something on to Mikhail in the bot lane, who is just the poor little Jin. Left out all by his lonesome. Xenoblade does connect, and you get the kill. Bacon tastes good, gets out alive.
Yeah, not too bad. Be able to get that kill, make it head in 11-6, and get that kill for yourself. Not to mention, unfortunately, it doesn't go to Odnes, but the fight now breaks out once more. Oh, Odnes is able to get away from Clyde's Haymaker once again. Bacon is able to get out alive, but Clyde able to walk away with the Ignite ticking. No kills have been taken just yet. LCY is also blinking red, and Xyle misses his shockwave. He's not able to get that kill on that one. High-Key is unable to secure with the LeBlanc onto Talon. LCY and the rest of SBU are disengaging. The vision does mark at least one of them, but they're all underneath the safety of the turret. They all get out with their lives to spare, and while all of that action was happening in the bottom lane with no effect, there is one thing that happened on the top side. It was another duel between Nanami and Cloud, and it is showing that Nanami on this Camille is slowly starting to win that fight once again with this Divine Sunderer. It's starting to be a ticking time bomb in this side lane for this Camille to really starting to be a concern for Harrisburg in the second game of the series.
Very interesting setup, at least for now, for Harrisburg, but I hear things happening. Now I see them happening. Curtain Call is going to be utilized. There's the team to play on the backside. He's already gotten the kill into Oddness, though, and that is huge. As
Very
now
nice.
Bacon Tastes Good is all by his lonesome. Seemingly a theme for SBU, as LCY was just around the corner but can't have any input.
Unfortunately for them, but that does mean that the Dragon will be started up once again here for Harrisburg University. We'll be looking to take this kill onto LCY, not able to find it as Clyde is able to walk away with his own life, jumping around at 1/3 health. LCY has no way of trying to challenge this Dragon either. He doesn't have Smite available, he doesn't have anything up, and like I mentioned, there's no manpower here either. So, into that end, there's nothing that they can do or fix on their end. But it will be an Ocean Soul this time around. I think this is an interesting soul because it doesn't really affect either of the teams into a sense of like, all right, we can just like straight tank each other now. But it does mean that whole dip in and out maneuverability that Harrisburg has is saying, all right, we can go in, we can exhaust those cooldowns, and then dip out. Sure, we might have taken damage, but we'll be able to regen out just fine with that Cloud Soul in our back pocket if we're able to get there. But I think Harrisburg doesn't want that to happen. I think they want to finish this game a lot sooner rather than later, but unfortunately Cloud is in a world of hurt as he gets 3-man ganked in this top side of the map. That 3k gold lead has squished down to about a 2,000 gold lead for Harrisburg still, as we're looking for that first brick still, 15.5 minutes in. And at this point, Harrisburg still in the driver's seat, though the mythic items are still a little bit late to the call. This is a much closer game than that was happening in Game 1 between these teams, where it was really Clyde and Xyle just taking this game over. Without that priority as much in this bottom lane, they need to win that one back over. But it's an immediate 1-for-1 trade between these turrets. It is actually going to be Harrisburg that takes it over, and the skies have cleared for myself.
Wow, okay. So now, yep, it seems like it's just going to work now. But we're back in action, and so is Harrisburg. As they found Bacon Tastes Good. Curtain Call not going to be on the receiving end of any kills this time around, but mid lane pressure is going to be there.
All right, now with our eyes wide open, Mazel, we can see that this game being dead even as it is, though the 2,000 gold lead is very much just sitting on top of Xyle on this Lee Sin, is going to be... I don't think it's going to be effective. I think this is just dead even. It's really Nanami and LCY here. If they can just get that side lane pressure... Alright, the clouds are starting to get a little dark for me once again. But, uh-oh, this is not good here for Stony Brook. Nami is in a bad pinch.
The 1 point of good pressure, at least for them, will be responded to as Heike Savage gets the kill into Nanami. Now LCY in some trouble here against Clyde and Maykel, but that's going to be a big solar flare on the backside, as it does look like Maykel has fallen here. Clyde in some trouble with Xyle backing him up, but Xyle's now just going for the kills, and there it is. Gets one. Xyle's now unstoppable on this Lee Sin, and Bacon Tastes Good is surely and slowly going to die.
Unfortunate. Bacon Tastes Good, and it'll be good into the diet of Clyde's set and Xyle as well. 3-0 on that set. Gotta be feeling wonderful, and 6-1 on the Lee Sin. Like all the stat lines outside of Cloud on this Kennen are looking absolutely immaculate right now. I might have spoken too soon because Cloud is looking hungry to make himself a 2-4 to a 3-4.
You know, after getting put down a little bit topside, he definitely wants his own bread and butter here, and we'll do that onto Oddness. Oddness dies for the 5th time of the game, but the redemption, the Avengers, will be there for SBU. Okay, one day the bleed will be there. LCY goes on the killing spree.
I want to make sure that the right person gets the right kill, right? And I don't know if I feel better it being a 2-4 or a 3-5 for KD for Cloud, but I think as long as that attention is being diverted elsewhere, right? Like 2 members had to focus on Cloud's Kennen, so this gives some opening for Harrisburg to look elsewhere. But oh my goodness, Amoriu is just doing so much work.
Oh, there it is. One more shot in the chamber here. Does it connect? Solar Flare, not enough, and the double kill comes through for Maykel. LCY will try something, but Bacon got the kill with the Ignite. All by himself. Actually gets away from it too. My goodness, LCY with some serious playmaking ability here.
Gets out. This is what we're talking about in the sense that like you divert some attention, just two members. 2 members taken away from Stony Brook University, and Harrisburg will take this game by storm. though, it's vice versa. If Nanami can get out of this place where he has to always answer to Harrisburg, and he can make his own fight, and he can just start taking out Cloud in the side lanes by himself and getting those kills, then the tables switch. Then it's like, all right, now 2 or 3 members have to answer Nanami's Camille, when there's going to be a 4v3 or a 4v2 happening on the other side of the map around these objectives. And speaking of those objectives, it is 20 seconds until this next ocean will spawn. And that would be sole point here for Harrisburg University. Stony Brook needs to make sure that they have priority on this. You see Nanami recalling. It's going to be a little bit late, though, because it is 19.5 minutes in. You don't have that homeward bound recall speed coming in for themselves. And they don't have the TP either. So they're losing this river priority over to Harrisburg, who's going to have so much vision control around it, making sure they can keep track of LCY, they can keep track of Nanami, and then they can find these pinches here right now.
Ooh, that was really close as well. There's the slicing maelstrom on LCY. No. They've gotten the main targets here, but the follow-up is not there just yet. Big solar flare on the backside. Cloud is down. Oddness has gotten a kill. They're fighting front to back, and it's working out for SBU. Health bars are a little low here. Maykel does still have some decent damage. Curtain call now available. Maykel is the target here, but LCY can't get him. The shutdown goes over. Curtain call comes out. He can't hit the first one, but he hits the second, and they even up the odds. Harrisburg find the fight and will take the dragon.
And a wonderful job there from Stony Brook University in the beginning of this fight, being able to absolutely neutralize the Clyde set in trying to find those.
Oh my God, nice. The max range. Oh, that's just the thumbs up. The ace comes through, and SBU are having a dark time right now.
Yeah, but I'm giving them I have to give them a bit of a commendation because of how well they were able to isolate Clyde and just shut down that front end aggression that Harrisburg was looking for in that beginning of the fight. They did a lot of work shutting down and giving them that space for Oddness and Amoryu to do their magic. However, the lead that Zyle and Maykel have on this Jhin and Lee Sin combo is so difficult. And it is somewhere where all of those resources being exhausted to deny the frontline engagement are now lost to the flank and pinching that Maykel and Zyle can do. And then Haiki can just reap the rewards and jump in on this LeBlanc. So without those resources to peel away any of those assassins, Harrisburg were able to win that fight once again, get themselves a soul point, jump this to a 24 kill to 12 kill advantage, and a 4,000, 5,000 gold lead. It is nothing's looking but up here for Harrisburg University, as Stony Brook is still scratching at every single opening they can to try and get back into this game. They're keeping it very good, very interesting, very competitive, but Harrisburg is just at man-to-man power more dominant.
It's looking like it so far. That gold lead helps them immensely when the decisions around the map are coming to bear. But especially this Kennen setup, everything like that into the team fights is what Harrisburg have done so well with. Zyle almost getting caught out there by SBU, but won't go down, and pressure remains for Harrisburg around this mid and bot lane.
Far, Bacon has to. You haven't used the flash. Is not a good sign, because now that is something that is both no longer there in the kit to either be that two-dimensional and be able to help back peel for Stony Brook, or to get that additional jump in and jump on top of the back line of Harrisburg for them. So that tool being gone. Also with Amoryu in a world of hurt here. Unfortunate.
Ah, yikes. Zyle's godlike now. He's under tower here, though. Let's have teammates get him away, but still a little bit of a tricky business for Harrisburg University as they take the mid tier 2 tower as well. It's 4 towers to 2 so far for Harrisburg University, continuing to grow that gold lead.
I'd say for Stony Brook at this moment, it's a question of how many losses you need to take to where you have to start cutting and holding and allowing Nanami to do work on this side lane. This Camille still does magic. I still think you can invest your hopes and dreams, put some hopium into this Camille on the side lane, but you need to slow this train down. Slow the game, get some places where you can freeze waves, and still have the capability to answer a lot of the aggression that Harrisburg is throwing out. It's a difficult task. Yes, it is. I'm not saying there's any easy answer here for Stony Brook. There is a way for them to try and slow this game down, but it's going to be a very difficult and very slippery slope for them, because if they miss up once, they go in a little bit too far, or if someone stays around a little bit too long, this pick composition that Harrisburg has is going to blow this game wide open and take this win.
We'll see if SBU can scratch something back here. You see a couple catch-outs going their way, but it's really this Lee Sin that has had LCY's number. Xyle has been so crucial in this so far. With the Baron on the table, minute and a half till the Dragon, it's up to Harrisburg to utilize this momentum they have. Either get this Baron, push for the win, get the soul, find ways to get around this Baron. Honestly, though, the world is theirs at this point.
Or at least the Summoner's Rift, at the very least. Summoner's Rift is still very
They
much
own
open.
all of Runeterra now.
Whoa, that's a lore push we're looking for. I was already excited for Arcane coming out later on, but no, they're looking at Moriyu just getting absolutely bodied.
Heike Savage, you are savage. He goes on a rampage. Nanami TP'd, but is there too late. And actually, Harrisburg want more. A Clyde on the backside of the flank there. We'll find exactly what they're looking for, but maybe onto LCY they will.
Whoa.
Big follow by Xyle. Clyde is going in, but he might be in some trouble here. Facebreaker came out. The showstopper to separate the team here. Xyle is going ham, but so is Nanami. He's got the whole backside of Harrisburg to fight. There it is, though. Nanami gets away. LCY is still there, but not able to help his top laner. As they are just getting shutdowns all over the place. Double kill goes through to Maykel. Heike Savage looking for the last couple members here, as it is LCY still on the Rift and Moriyu coming back out onto the Rift. Harrisburg continue to dominate this game.
Well done, Observer, for that fight. It was very stretched out, very difficult to keep track of, but it was just Harrisburg University kicking and dragging Stony Brook across the jungle every which way and isolating him into this place where they can no longer team fight one-on-one. Not to mention, it was already kind of a 4v5 because Moriyu was pretty much dead trying to get back into the fight, and there was no way to really try and create any pick style of composition, and that will be Ocean Soul for Harrisburg University. I had talked about it before, this more mobile composition that will take, you know, little bits of damage here and there while they try and harass you is no longer going to be taking that much damage with how much that regen is going to be coming online. But that does mean now that at least Stony Brook University can look to this top side and say, let's just get vision, 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 vision. We need to make sure that we have high key on lock, that Xyle and Cloud do not have avenues of approach, but they are playing in the dark right now. Onus just took a brutal amount of damage from a single Jhin trap, and they're already being forced out of the river. This is a nightmare of a task for Stony Brook to try and get back into this game. And to my opinion here, I'd have to say that the casket is closed and locked. It's just being taken down into the into the pit, going about 6 feet under now. But still some time for Stony Brook to try and claw their way back out.
It's going to be a tough claw, though. The Baron is in the eyes of Harrisburg now as we get the vision toggle, seeing that SBU have no vision around this top side of the map, around the river. And it's really up to Harrisburg to utilize that if they want to. Push up for these picks if they can, or force a fight over Baron. With this 8,000 gold lead, you'd expect it to be one of the two. LCY could be the first catch out. Oh, Xyle. A little tricky, not going to go for it.
Super careful. They're not playing for Baron. They're playing for kills. They know that if they get an ace here now, the game's over.
Oh my God, that's your tank.
Ooh.
Heike Savage. Scatter of the week is going to go wide there from Moriyu.
Yep.
Honestly, it's so crazy to me that we're on this neck and neck, and now the Dragon Rage kickback. LCY asked to try to get out of this fight, but he can't do so. Over the wall, he does survive. Xyle goes down. It's the trade back, and it's actually SBU who get out on top.
That was one tanky Talon, man. That's Hysterics and a Gore Drinker on that Talon that is able to keep him alive. And the fourth crucial shot from Maykel did miss on LCY, so that does mean he's able to get his life out. And it does also mean that the jungle is available for Stony Brook University to challenge. Harrisburg with that jungler down does not want to be looking at any neutral objectives anytime soon. While that gray screen is on, they will look to try and get some of this jungle camp, see if they can get some lane pressure so they can continue to oppress the entire map state while they look and sort of recuperate for that Baron bait play. They could say, hey, let's wait out 3 minutes and go for the Elder Dragon bait instead. But that does cause a little bit of a split for me. I think I'd say you just play it now, play it safe with the respawn up, and threaten anything now on the side lanes before you get too ridiculous.
And to me, it feels like just a little bit of a stumble. Oh no, he stepped out of the bush there on
Oh,
his
he
nose.
did.
Oh, he's already dead. Yep, just takes
He
a couple
just
abilities.
okay. He
Uh,
W'd twice and then
yeah,
Q'd.
he
All
just
right.
double distortioned.
No, he
um,
Q'd. He Q'd in there.
oh, he queued. Okay,
Yeah, he
okay.
Q'd.
So 3 abilities, no big deal.
Yeah.
For me, it's trying to look at the little bit of a stumble that we're seeing here from Harrisburg. I feel like they had a lot of control of the map, but they didn't feel very good in their decision making there. Now the Baron being played onto, as I'm talking about a caster curse with myself, Hikey Savage distracting the entire team of SPU while Harrisburg takes the opposite side objective.
Yeah, Harrisburg has just been better at playing the 4-1 style than that of Stony Brook. Sure, a lot of that goes into the fact that their laning phase was a lot more efficient. Maykill and Clyde did win out in that bottom lane. And even though Moryu and Hikey Savage, I would say, were arguably even for the majority of the lane, it was Hikey and Xyle that were able to just break this game open. And from there, the one losing lane of Cloud has been able to play side lane pressure a lot better than that of Nami. So overall, it's just been a much better performance of Harrisburg University, the team, winning this one out and controlling the map and sort of applying the resources and the manpower that they have to get the full effect out of it. And Stony Brook has been playing their game and saying, we're going to try and answer you on all these picks, and they're giving Harrisburg exactly what they want in a sense of map state so they can look for those kills. Sure, it's not perfect. You're not like going 30 kills and 0. The game would be over by now if that was the case, but they're at least making it 2-for-1 trades or 1-for-1 trades where they still hold that map state, and it can still be the ones that take control and have the pretty much absolute dominance in this map and on this Rift for the second game.
We'll see the split lanes being pushed here, at least more focused towards the bot side for Harrisburg as Nanami being roped up into a trap jaw right now. Maykel does have GA available just for the catch out, but the rest of the team is right here to back him up, and you do have Nanami still waiting in that tri-bush, but at this point, you put yourself in a bad position. He's going to try to get Maykel. Maykel flashes. Nicely done. Gale Force away. Still gets Hextech Ultimatum, but Showstopper brings Nanami out of it, so Maykel is surviving. Nanami dies. Hikey Savage almost gets Oddness, but now Clyde is into the fight. Face Breaker available there soon. As a Moryu, they don't even need it. The shots across the bow, the curtain call seals their fate. SBU get 3 taken out from under their feet, and it's LCY and Oddness who have to put up a magical defense.
3-0, and you see those respawn time right now. It's 30 seconds on every single member, and these turrets are just
they got Oddness.
paper.
No way. Hikey Savage, he's so close. There it is. Hikey Savage slamming the door on SBU, and that's Harrisburg moving in for the killing shot here. It's LCY, the only one left, and Baron minions will seal the deal. Harrisburg University keep their undefeated Swiss bracket run alive here. The NACE Starleague fall split as they take a 2-0 victory over Stony Brook University.
And it's a 2-0 dominance there for Harrisburg University, and a dominant one at that, as you had mentioned, Mazel. Very strong performance, and I was impressed for both these teams earlier on in the stages, especially Stony Brook. I think one of the teams that is a little bit under-respected and is one of those more new up-and-coming programs in the collegiate scene. They've done a good job, but you are up against one of the massive titans that is Harrisburg University, and being able to at least
got X Special as a coach. Like, come on, man.
Hey, that's their A team.
You
This
can't go
B team
too
what
wrong,
we're talking
bro.
about. Like,
but hey, they probably help. Come on. That's why I'm really excited for the interview, because I want to hear what kind of influence the A team has to the B team. But
you're just telling me it's a scrim diff. It's just scrim partners, scrim partners diff, 100%. But to that end, I think it's something that Stony Brook can still come out of the series with a little bit of pride that they're able to go for those early games. Like, a lot of that early game was pretty closely knit. They were able to keep those leads fairly tight and close to the chest. It's just once it got to the mid game and it was opening those turrets, breaking out the map, getting vision control around objectives proactively, and then looking for those picks. That's where Stony Brook started to fall apart. So it's like you've got one piece of the house already built up. Of course, you're going to start to learn how to get everything else under control and figure it out as a young program. So respect to them for that. But of course, we have to look at the winner's circle here. Harrisburg University, like you said, a special diff, scrim diff, Top Diff, Canyon, whatever words you want to say, Harrisburg University
Top was
did
just
an
like a
amazing job
Palm
with this.
Island, all right. They had
Palm
like a
Island, yeah.
peaceful time off there on a beach with a coconut with an umbrella in it or something like that. It was the bottom lane that was just
True.
like a warfare zone. There were trenches. There were like it was ridiculous down there. The fact that we had 9 kills in the first like 4.5 minutes in game number 1 is
Yep.
amazing. That's exactly what we come here for. Like this is collegiate League of Legends. I love it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like nowhere else in competitive league will I be able to get 10 kills before 5 minutes, and this is the place I come to for that.
This is
There's only one place. It's a unique split. It's a unique spot.
Is it though? I'm
It's
sure there's some gold plat leagues and like some things like that. You
I'm
could probably-
talking quality League of Legends, my guy.
quality, only the highest quality. No,
Only the highest
it truly,
quality, up
you're
to
right
our
though.
song.
Like there is such a different atmosphere in collegiate League of Legends, and especially when you see the influence of programs like Harrisburg University. We always talk about the difference in levels for all these programs. Some are club teams, some don't even have coaches, some have full
Yeah.
structures along their programs themselves, and to see like the budding structures, the up and comers, the semi-established against the established, and all these storylines that unfold because of that. I love it. That is exactly what the collegiate scene needs. And as the years go by, it will just be established programs against established programs. Yes, there will be those up and comers, but Stony Brook
Mhm.
University are looking oh so good. But to talk about their win and to talk about the team a little bit more, we do have Zyle from Harrisburg University as our LLS hero of the game. Since 1949, LLS has invested nearly $1.3 billion in groundbreaking research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches. They work tirelessly to find cures and ensure patients can access the life-saving treatments that they need. When someone experiences the fear and uncertainty of a cancer diagnosis, LLS provides hope, compassion, education, and support. So just like LLS is making an impact in that cancer community, the LLS hero of the game represents the player who made the biggest impact in the match played. Whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or providing strong leadership when it mattered most, it is Zyle again who will be today's LLS hero of the game. Zyle, my friend, I believe we got you on. How you feeling? I love the trading room. I love the feeling for Harrisburg University. Taking the dub, continuing the undefeated streak. Just give me your thoughts on the season so far in NACE.
Yeah, it's been really fun to play. We have 2 teams, so 2 rosters going simultaneously. It's fun to have like tournaments to play in, even if you're not, on the starting roster for the bigger tournaments and stuff. Yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot. Yeah.
Awesome. I love to hear it. Now, I do want to ask, we'll get to some questions about the game itself, but I want to talk about the program. You were saying you have 2 teams available to you. How much influence is there? How much back and forth is there between the 2 squads? I was just at 66 LAN. Obviously got to see Harrisburg perform at that one, bring a lot of the squad there, and seeing that continuation here into the secondary squad. I just want to get a little bit nitpicky about what that influence is from the entire program.
Gotcha. Yeah, a 10-man roster is really, really important for staying competitive, I think. There are a lot of reasons. I'll list a few of the main reasons. So the first reason is you can keep team strategies within the team. So we can do in-house scrims. We can, hide things that we don't want to show to other teams. We can talk amongst each other, learn from each other. Secondly, having somebody directly competing for your spot can be like a major motivator to perform well and to play your best. And so I think that's really, really healthy for a team, is when your spot isn't assured. And the way that we treat it at Harrisburg is really healthy, I think, which is despite our spots being contested by another player, we always are still pushing that other player, our counterpart, to be better and better, and we like share strategies, we talk about the meta and things like this. So I think that those are just a couple of things that make 10-man rosters like super duper strong. And I think if teams want to stay competitive for a super long time, they should definitely consider like picking up a 10-man roster.
Also doesn't help to have Coach Tyler and X Special there helping y'all out too, right?
It absolutely helps. It absolutely. They're Smurfs. They're Smurfs.
They really are, man. They really are. Coco, do you have any questions?
Well, yeah, let's just dive into the series at hand already, and let's just attack game one as it was with the draft. A very unique draft as well, bringing out the Grega support and the Poppy. And I'm glad that we were able to get you on for the interview because I'd like to dive a little bit more into that Poppy jungle pick. Yes, it's dominant in solo queue every now and then, but what was the reason that you brought it out here, and what was the confidence that you guys have gotten from your scrims to make that pick effective?
Right. So the way that we sort of treat tank junglers is that, they all sort of fulfill a similar role, and you kind of just slot them in which tank is best in this certain situation. I think Poppy, like against Lee Sin LeBlanc, it's really strong. You can dissuade the dashes and things like that. It also has like really early gank pressure, which um, can be really important for certain lane matchups. I think that the Poppy, I feel like I didn't play that well, honestly, on the Poppy. I wish I could have shown like just how strong it can be. If I just played it a little bit better.
Yeah, it's a pop-offs. I'm just saying, bro. You had some pop-offs. I like that, though. I like it. Always got to have that improvement mindset.
But yeah, I think like having those niche picks that you can pull out for certain matchups is like really valuable. And I think like against Lee Sin LeBlanc, obviously like Poppy, it just makes sense.
Of course, right? And also an amazing job on the Lee Sin as well. Sure, you didn't get to pop off as much on the Poppy, but you're able to make up for it on the Lee Sin. And wonderful job in the macro state as well. And I think the next thing I'd say, as coming from a player who is in a program that is very established in the collegiate scene, what's one word of advice for some of the more up and coming players that really don't have those resources available to them for their schools to sort of make that next step into being a more competitive team?
For newer schools, I think that frankly, like it actually matters a lot. Like having a good staff, having backing from your school does matter a lot, but there is still a lot that you can do. I would say that like getting really high rank in solo queue, playing against really good players is super duper important. And so I think for like smaller teams who are looking to make a name for themselves, like of course you should be playing in tournaments, but also focusing on ranking up in solo queue, like getting the meta champs down, being adaptable. That's really what's going to help them make standout sets, is because I think that if you can be really adaptable, really high mechanical skill level, even if you don't have a great coach, like you can still make waves in the collegiate scene. So yeah, I would say like focus on, developing your own like personal style as a player, so that you can like, you can have an identity without having like school backing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Awesome.
Like
Thank you so much for the info.
You see that all over the place. I just loved it. We were talking earlier about the ebbs and flows of collegiate programs. Now, I got one last little personal question, and then I'm going to give you a chance to give a shout out to anybody you want to talk about. But was the second game, were y'all stealing the picks on purpose from their first comp? Like, was that a little salt there, or was it just the composition that ended up being what you wanted?
I actually didn't realize that we had stolen any picks until you said that.
Oh no, that makes it even better.
I mean, okay, well the truth is that like there are a lot of strong picks that when they're open, you just pick them, Like the LeBlanc B1, it makes sense. You pick LeBlanc, like Lee Sin's up, you pick Lee Sin. I don't think we never like, draft in a way that we're trying to, copy anyone or anything like that.
More self-focused,
I think that,
right?
Yeah, there are just staple picks in the meta, and both teams, knew the staple picks. We picked those champions. They're really strong. So, no, nothing sneaky, but
darn, I was just seeing if I could squeeze out a little spice there from you. But one last thing from me, I will let you go celebrate the rest of the night. How do you feel? Who do you want to talk about? Is there anyone you want to shout out or even call out here as we are going to let you go?
Yeah, shout out my parents. When I always watch all my games, they're really supportive. So shout out to mom and dad. I think probably a few friends are watching. Ribley, Hannah, Jonah, if they're watching, what up? And then shout out to my coaches. They put in a lot of hard work and they do a lot of good things. And shout out to my teammates for being bros. Shout out to you guys for casting the games.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much, Zyle. Have a wonderful evening. Go enjoy this win. But hey, you better get right back to it for next week.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, Coco. Well, that was our first series of the night. It was a pretty quick one, honestly. Thought it was going to have a 6-game night, but we have a possibility to get our 3 games in our next series of the night, which is going to be a fun one. You want to give one last shout out to Harrisburg University continuing their streak in this upper bracket of the Swiss bracket tournament. But now looking forward to our second match. It will be a Midwest Division bout. University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign versus, get it, whiplash here, University of Illinois at Chicago. It's Battle of the Illinois and mostly centered around Chicago, Coco. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, it's going to be a Chicago thing and an Illinois thing. It's going to be an absolute battle. I'm excited to watch these guys come back.
At some point, it'll be a good time. We'll be back shortly after a little break. We got to take a breather. Welcome back, one and all, here to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV Tournament. We're into week number 5. We're into our second best of 3 of the night. Got a Midwest Division matchup, as we were talking before the break, between University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign versus University of Illinois at Chicago.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of Illinois here tonight, as we're going to have to see which
Who's
one's
got
going
the
to
best
be...
deep dish pizza? Which one of these colleges?
Okay, well, that's just all of Chicago. That
That's
doesn't,
just all of
doesn't
Chicago.
doesn't answer anyone's questions, man. But doesn't mean that nonetheless, it does mean like the Illinois versus UIC is going to be a little bit of a big bout. I last time I remember seeing them, I know Pagoda, Asian Boy, and Filipino Fish all did really, really good jobs in their own rights. Specifically, Asian Boy and Filipino Fish, I have to say, were a very big powerhouse of a lot of their influence in their last series that we had on broadcast. The fact that they've been going now 4-0 in their records, of course, that is series records. It is not their direct game win-loss. So there might be some hiccups here and there. I know that they have taken a couple 3-game series, so they haven't been as impenetrable as some other teams in the league. But going up against a team that we haven't seen on broadcast with Urbana-Champaign, it might just be something that could throw this a little bit on our heads.
And seeing, Illini Esports go up against UIC here is an interesting one in itself, because there is a little bit of a skill discrepancy, right? Illini do have a little bit more in terms of rank. But as you were just highlighting to, we got to see UIC a couple weeks back. And yes, it went to 3 games, but they had some serious strengths there to be able to pull out an upset against the likes of Bethany Esports.
Yeah, and that's where you give a lot of that power over to UIC, and the fact that they're able to take down a dominant team in Bethany Lutheran College, and something that, yeah, it's not like a Harrisburg or a Maryville, but it is still one of those programs that is very reputable and has a lot of respect in the country for what they're able to bring and provide to a lot of their players and their students. And with UIC being able to do that, take that win, and do it in a pretty dominant 2-1 fashion. Yeah, Bethany was able to get 1 win onto him, but it wasn't a very dominant or like arguably strong win when it came to the rest of that series that Chicago was able to take up for themselves. But that is all in the past, and that is a lesson that is learned, and they have honed and sharpened their blades from that. We're now into the first game, at least the draft of this first game, as already something that was a staple pick, blue side, in the first series of tonight is already being banned away.
It is indeed. UIC on the blue side, University of Illinois on that red side, just in case you wanted a little bit more confusion. LeBlanc, Zoe on the blue side, taken away. Love that is already off the ban table, or on the ban table rather, the Zoe especially. Now, I was looking at this Sejuani to be banned away against UIC because it is a pivotal pick in how they want to set up their game. It will be. So research definitely done by University of Illinois, but Shen also joining that ban table, set the final ban by UIC.
Yeah, it's not something in Sejuani you're never going to get that champion ever on the side of UIC, unless it's something that is more of a challenge of an ego pick, nonetheless.
Man.
But that ADC of Misfortune is going to be the immediate lock-in for UIC. They can pair with a lot of supports at the moment. Yumi's still available, Seraphine, Braum. The list goes on and on and on here for this Misfortune, and University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign has to give us a little bit of an argument on what they want to take away from this one. Braum is a good answer, but what do they want to pair it with? What jungler, what ADC do they want to go along with as well? I can see Lucian, I can see Jhin as well, though that might be a little bit of a weaker option. Kaisa is also available. They decided to go with the jungler instead.
You get the Xin Zhao, nice pair up with the Braum. The Braum also there to deny a lot of the bullet time from the MF setup for UIC, which I can very, very much appreciate. Now, the biggest question is, what did the Illini pick up for their ADC position? It is Viego for UIC, locked in immediately with the beautiful setup, as I was talking about earlier, for the MF ulti in the Leona.
Yeah, and we went from a jungler, the Filipino Asian boy, went from 380 games on Sejuani to a Viego that he's gone 150 games on.
Not too shabby, though.
Just this season. So it cuts in half a little bit more as you go on. He is very much a big fan and advocate of these two champions. And the Viego pickup is very flexible, though it's a question, right? A little bit of a question mark in a sense of like a Silas style pick of saying you're picking it early because it's a comfort pick, not because there's a lot of good ultimates to steal just yet on the opposing side, or for this one, a lot of champions that you can take. The Xin Zhao and the Ezreal do at least give some strength to that argument for UIC to have this Viego on the table to take away some of those power carries and get the resets online for themselves. Though with this second ban phase now coming into play, you see the Jace taken away, both the bottom lanes and the jungles have been fitted out. So it's a question of where do we want to take these bans? Do we want to really isolate mid lane? Do we want to isolate top lane? Aurelia and Jace start to tell me that it's more of a top lane focus for Urbana Champagne and a mid lane situation for UIC, as Fizz is that other ban. I'd have to say for this final one, Yone might be a good ban here, or maybe a potential Syndra. That is another great strong flex pick. A lot of those good options. The only other one that you could consider being picked up, though I don't think it's going to get banned, is the Orianna. That's something that I think Innumerable could play that would really work well with their composition at this moment to help condense everything.
Well, and you obviously see where UIC's focus is. It is on Innumerable, right? He is the grandmaster of the group. He is a very strong one. As we'll get an update on what that ban was as the last one, but already a lot of focus towards that mid lane. And we do see the Fizz banned away by University of Illinois, as well as that Jace waiting on the at least first pickup in the second phase of UIC. It is the volley ban. That was that final ban.
I'm a little surprised that it is a Volibear ban, as a matter of fact, because it's like there's not really anyone that truly plays that champion on the side of Urbana Champagne. It's more of a sense of maybe it is a counter pick that they don't want in either the top side of the map or in like any other area. But
they picked the Fiora to get counter picked. Yeah, I love. Honestly. This is the kind of scruff I like going into best of 3. You just gotta feel the waters out, see how it's gonna go into the Jax matchup now for University of Illinois.
Oh my goodness, what a top lane matchup we have on us for this game 1, Mazel. It is just insane, because everything else just sort of screams traditional normalcy to me, in a sense of the meta right now, right? It's like, all right, Ezreal, Braum playing safe, playing more for the objectives, kill lane in the bottom lane with Leona Misfortune. All right, okay, team fight focused with Orianna and Leona. Everything's starting to work well together. You got the resets you can get with Viego. Okay, you got the Xin Zhao to get some early pressure and to set up this Syndra to just like absolutely burst people once she hits level 6 and gets that mythic item. And then you just have this absolute top lane challenge going on between two duelists that I would rather see just straight 1v1ing. I want it.
That's it. Just leave them to the 1v1.
I want a top island. I want them to just like straight
like
up
last
beat
game,
each other
except
up.
with more hitting.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're looking for, Mazel. Because it's like whoever wins this top lane pretty much wins the game. Like, because yes, you have a Misfortune, and yes, you have like a Syndra and Ezreal that can like slowly scale pretty effectively, but it's much more of an ego win here. Whichever person wins this top lane just beats the crap out of the other person's ego. And going into game 2, it's not going to be fun whatsoever. But aside from that sort of challenge aside, I do think that UIC still drafted the better composition. I think it's more effective. I think it's more fluid. And it has a lot more of the comfort picks and strong suited options that are in the meta at the moment to work with each other and execute easier than that of what University of Illinois has for themselves.
That's exactly what I wanted to point out, is that bar of execution, right? You still do have the skirmishing potential early on if you can get the movement going a little bit more focused towards that top side, but you have the team fight to fall back on. You have the resets for this Viego to fall back on, the setup for the bullet time that you've drafted for yourself. And on the other side for University of Illinois, it's a lot more in the solo bolo basket. I feel like it's a lot more in the individual performances and how it comes to a head for them as we get to those big objective fights. Because if you do have a lead, right, for University of Illinois, those fights are going to be even easier to execute because you have a composition that succeeds so well when you're in the driver's seat.
I mean, you get a complimentary Fiora just like dominating the top side. Like, yeah, sure, it's a blind pick, but you repost a Jax Counter-Strike game over for the Jacks. You can't do nothing about that one. But I would have to give the favor over the Jacks just because it is that counter pick situation, right? Like you just going in, you know what you're doing, you know that you have a little bit better of a duel, and that you can not only be aggressive, but you can also be defensive. Where Fiora in this matchup has a little bit of early aggression at the, I'd say, level 2, level 4 stages. Once it hits level 6, you have that extra push. But for the rest of the game, you have to play a little bit on the back end. You have to wait for someone to just sort of jump into you and time it more perfectly. You have to play the matchup a lot better as the Fiora than that of the Jax when it comes down to it. But overall, when you do open that up, then it comes to another big assignment that had happened in the last series as well, of side lane assignment and use of that split push. How well is your split push going to be? How much pressure are you alleviating from the rest of the team? How much are you taunting towards yourself to relieve that pressure and create a place where you can get some more macro setup, get some vision control on other points of the map that are more important, and also play spacer during everything else. So huge room for us there to potentially answer which one of these top laners is going to be really able to conduct a lot of this series.
Yeah, a lot of volatility in that, but as well as a lot of volatility in the jungle matchup, and I feel like that's going to lend to that top matchup as well, because you can look for those early skirmishings as it ends out. If you can get this Braum on a roam timer, that combo is so lethal, but you have to be able to get those timers off correctly, because you can't be losing passively to a composition like UIC in the setup that they have. But that's where you have to rely on the jungle pathing early, where they're going to be looking, and the strategies at least employed by these teams early on in the fight, and how that kind of pertains as the fight goes on, because we still have to look at the rest of this best of 3. You still have to look at the adaptations, and with the compositions that they have, I feel like, we were talking about Fiora being a gauntlet on the table, but both these teams are putting gauntlets on the table with the comps.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, I would say that Urbana Champagne is putting a little bit more of a gauntlet down because their team is a little bit more difficult to execute when it comes down to those crucial situations. Yes, you have a Syndra that can make a lot of picks, and the Ezreal can create some good space. So for them, I'd have to say, for them to win out on objectives early, they need to get to those objectives early. They need to be able to set up a place where you can have Ezreal in a safe spot, making harassment, Syndra being able to poke out effectively, and a place where everyone is attracted to that center focus point, and allowing this Jax to be in that 1v1 isolated. But to get to that end, you have to give this Jax that lead. And I think if you're able to get this jungle there into a place of prioritizing the top side of the map, which is also what both these teams are going to be doing. They're going to be prioritizing that top side early to make sure that 1v1 goes their favor. And then from there, then they can go back to the bottom side, and then it's like immediately going into that 4-1 of getting that priority, having that split push threat. One person leaves, you take out the remaining members, and it just becomes a more cut and dry situation. But it could be very chaotic when getting all of that to be set up to just execute one specific play.
That's the hardest thing, isn't it? You gotta have hands if you're playing League of Legends, Coco, and hopefully both these teams are gonna be having hands. I know I'll probably bring it up a couple times in the game too, but I just love the fact that I saw him at Gateway Legends back in July, but built differently coming in here.
Oh, yeah.
I love the name, but for me, that's the funniest point. But aside from that, like seeing the fact that University of Illinois is going up against a hometown team, or at least a regional rival here, but knowing that the Illini came off a disappointing performance at 66 LAN here last weekend. And yes, it's a different league, it's a different tournament, it's a different mindset, and it's a different potential pieces here for this team.
Of course.
The fact of the matter is, those losses you learn a lot from. And I'm very excited to see what they can bring out here with this composition they've gotten. We've talked about the comps enough, but it's a very exciting first look at this team to come into this week.
Yeah, I'm gonna be excited to see how they're able to sort of put that flag down in King of the Hill, right? Like you said,
this is King of the Hill now.
Yeah, it's King of the Hill. It's Illinois versus Illinois. We got to put that flag down and be like, all right, we are here. We are the best in the state. Come face us and take us out.
IWU, ISU.
Yeah, everyone else.
Get any say? Nah.
It's best in the state, and it's NACE Starleague superior, and that We take those. That's
Yeah, we do.
just
We do
always take
those.
those.
Are dubs, and you got to take the dubs.
Of course, it's the same in Clash, right? Like if you're playing in the same bracket as your friend in Clash, you have to beat their team, and it's just like I am the superior player, even if they're like a Diamond 2 player, and you still beat them. Okay, true. Also there. Thankfully, we haven't run into Clash against each other. Usually, we have to play, or we're on completely separate brackets.
You have to carry me, Coco. Okay, come on now.
I can't do that when you have our other roommate playing Pantheon support and going 0-10.
All right, we're gonna move away from the failings of myself, and we gotta talk about these teams a little bit more because this means so much moving forward. We talked a lot about it in the first series, but this is a Swiss bracket. Keeping that undefeated streak is a source of pride for a lot of these teams, and gets you some dubs later on in the season if you're able to continue going in this undefeated way. So I'm very, very interested at the way that UIC specifically is approaching this matchup, right? I feel like they were very, very heavily targeted banned, Coco.
Yeah.
And to have that maybe instills a little confidence in them, like, oh, they're scared of our picks. But now you get the more meta style picks that come out, maybe your second, third, or even not much your comfort coming in for UIC, and it's all about execution early on.
Yeah, like if you chop down a little bit and you have to play more of those less comfortable pickups, and that's where it comes into what one of our interviewer Zyle said, in a sense of being adaptable, being able to change up on the draw, and being a player that you may not have the best system around you, but because you have trained yourself and honed yourself to be a more adaptable and influential piece and player on the map, that's where you can start to make waves and make changes. And that all boils down to getting onto the rift, practicing, scrimming, learning, dissecting, researching, every single part of the learning process to get that skill level up to snuff. And starting that now in this game one of this best of 3 series between University of Illinois at Chicago and University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Kicking it off, going for a full 5-man spread across the river. Get that defense and get that information out.
Not going to get any spice to start us off here, but I liked your transition as we got onto the rift, just saying. It is going to be hopefully something that adapts a little bit more as we get into the series, a little bit more confidence instilled in either of these teams, as those level ones I feel like are always there when you have the Braum, but not going to be pulled the trigger on this time. I just looked at the top of our scoreboard and realized, you try and say these teams nomenclature as quick as you can, and it's going to be a fun time. It's UIC versus UIUC.
Yeah, yes it is. I was thinking, you're speaking of top lane. You said look at the top of our screen. I looked at the top lane, and I said,
I like that you're actually in the game and I'm just talking about their logos and names.
Well, the other thing too was like you were talking about level 1 Braum cheese, and it was like, what if Braum lane went top and he just like level 1 cheesed? But that's not the cheese we're going to be getting. We're getting a late invade here in the bottom lane.
But it's a 3v3. You do have the Braum Turtle on the brunt end. Winter's Bite connects on a Kankin. Now they will get the stun, and immediately it is spreading of the wings here. And it's going to be UIUC going up first blood in this best of 3.
And from there, getting that early bottom priority, UIUC can then say, let's get some early bottom lane pressure. Make sure that this Ezreal can be someone that can sit on his own. An Ezreal that can be by himself against a Leona Misfortune lane would be one of the best tools in UIUC's pocket, because then that Braum can travel to mid lane, can travel to top lane, and can travel with the jungle to isolate and be that CC bot to just focus everything down. And when you have these bursty fighters and these burst assassins in the mid lane to try and look and hunt for kills, a Braum in their back pocket is just the right recipe for disaster for them to really take this game by storm. We have to see how that one goes through. But build differently.
It's built differently.
Build different. I'm doing like French accent.
No, don't do it. Do him justice. That name is gold. Do him justice.
Very true.
But it is a little bit of a built differently diff here right now early on, that early advantage there. And this is what I was talking about. The mobility that UIUC can present in the laning phase is what I wanted to look at the most. And more so Mythic getting onto the map. He already did that. But now we're looking at Innumerable and built differently getting engaged on by Pagoda, who roamed all the way from top. Riposte is not going to connect, but there's the stun, and this is a kill going back over. Built differently, the smite over. He's still alive somehow, but Pagoda, he wants to finish it off. Filipino Fish gets the kill, and that's first kill going over to UIC, and response from the squad.
And that's going to be 3 flashes also and a TP being used to get that kill. And it goes on to Filipino Fish on the Oriana, as you had mentioned. But with all of that resources being exhausted, I only have to ask myself now for UIUC, what can you do now that you know that all of those tools are off the board? How much can you pressure? Sure, you lose a kill and it goes over to your mid lane, or over to the opposing mid lane. But you know they have a lack of summoners. You know you could try and challenge and try and set things up. I'm looking at September up in this top lane and saying, see if you can bounce this wave. See if you can get Pagoda to fight in a position where he is never confident to walk up to the wave effectively. So you need to break this freeze here, push it towards your wave, and then freeze on your side of the map where you always have that entry point for Build Differently to try and come in and look for those pinches and look for those ganks. For this 1v1 top lane to be influenced by that outside factor.
It's just so difficult when you've got very, very heavy pressure in the mid lane for Innumerable now on the Syndra, sure. And you really don't have a response, at least for Filipino Fish. You've got that first blood. Now we got to see how that laning phase kind of works its way out there. But we have to continue to check in to these summoner spells being used pretty much across the map here. And now Filipino Asian Boy actually making himself shown in the top side against September. They're actually presenting themselves like they want to dive up here.
It's a bit risky, but hey, if you go for it, if you get this kill, that's definitely a big win for them for this 1v1 situation for them to get that side lane control. The play goes over to, it's 80 gold each, so it's not massive per se for one individual, but it is enough to possibly cash in on a recipe item. And Build Differently, being on this top side of the map, can't recall and say, you know what, let's just go and take this dragon while we know that they're on the top side of the map and they can't answer us with the mid lane prio that we have. They don't have the bot lane prio, so Kanking could have just walked in, checked that objective, and then tried to challenge him there. So overall, UIC able to play with a little bit of the shortcomings that had happened to them earlier on, but they've already made a good bounce back.
They have. Top lane definitely in CS differential, building for Pagoda, and mid lane it's Innumerable who does have that CS differential against Filipino Fish. Built differently, making himself shown in top lane. Both junglers putting some presence in the top lane like we expected from the drafts, just trying to push these lanes under tower, get them to crash. We'll be successful. Filipino Asian Boy now looking bot lane. Try and punish the back here. Mythic is going to stay. Back will be completed for Onadial. And it looks like first dragon going to go over to UIC.
All right. Good one on that. They just take it and they can... It's sort of, it feels to me that it was just kind of given. Like, UIUC isn't really looking to the subjective whatsoever. They're not even thinking of it as available until UIC had already made their motions. UIUC made one early bot lane aggressive play, and then they have completely forgave it. They didn't give up on bot lane per se, but they just didn't look to assess or put the pressure on more against this Misfortune Leona, and they had that botched jungle invasion that had happened in the early side, which has really slowed them down. Now it's back to UIC.
Got level 6 shockwave there, built differently. It's just gonna go down, surviving for a little bit longer, but the reset's there for Filipino Asia Boy. In the vision game, the macro too strong for UIC.
This is the tower duo we were talking about too, just before this game and before the series. Filipino Fish and Asian Boy in the mid and jungle, they just click. They know how to work well with each other, and they are able to get these leads. Sure, you're at a 20 CS differential in the mid lane, but you've got 2 kills. It doesn't matter. You've got the gold evened up, and you can always be there when that Viego needs you to be on that back foot, help out with the lockdown with the shockwave, be around those objectives, have that mid lane prio. It's just these two are working wonders against a lot of their opponents and sort of throwing a lot of teams for a little bit of an upset and catching them off their guard. Though we have to look now at this Herald. Herald is spawning in 3, 2, 1, and that means with 3 members and with Kankin on the top side, Turtle's left here to die.
He dodged out of the Winter's Bite though, so he will
Ooh.
survive even with the Ignite burning down. Bot lane play not going to come out for UIUC. It's still a very slow but steady burn right now for UIC itself.
Yeah, and I'd say Turtle right here. Yeah, just pop the bullet time, clear the
Oh,
wave.
he's dead. Oh,
no,
missed the Mystic shot. He still gets the
Ah.
kill. Oh my goodness.
I
Mythic
think if
almost dies
Turtle-
too.
If Turtle actually just continued to auto and maybe flash, like if he wanted to flash more into his turret so that you had Wondell on that Ezreal stay within that turret range, then he might have gotten a 1-for-1 trade. But all of that pressure that had been given away from UIC is now back with UIUC. Take this kill from Bill Different.
Oh my goodness. Yep, that's the reset going down. And the Rift Herald as well to UIUC, or UIC, sorry. As that's complete objective dominance in this early part of the game for them.
It's not something that I would have expected it to play out as, but it was UIC starting that Herald up, disengaging, getting a little bit antsy. Bill Differently jumps in to try and secure it instead, and then Pagoda and Filipino just jumping on top of him immediately, getting those kills for themselves and getting the Herald to boot. Now they can open up this top lane. This is the one top lane pressure that we were looking for, and they can wait it out too. There's no TP from September to try and immediately challenge this, so they can take one and then get the entire turret for themselves, all places included. Huge economic boon here for UIC in this top side of the map. As the rest of the team, Numeral's here to try and answer.
He is, but it's already punished onto September. He's just dead. Doesn't have the counter strike, but the grand challenge will be there. Heal Filipino Asian Boy back up, who got the reset now. Bot lane is the play for UIUC. Can they get it? Turtle into trouble. True Shot Barrage is going to get it for Onadial, and the push continues for UIC in the top side.
I'm at least glad that UIUC is assessing back onto this bottom lane. They, again, started with that initial late game clear, or late invade clear, and now pushing back in turret diving, getting those kills over onto Wendell on this Ezreal. That's where they can sort of counteract this side lane pressure that UIC is throwing into this Fiora Pagoda. Ooh, nice riposte and flash as well to go ahead and get out into safety. So overall, a victory for UIC, but UIUC still has some plans in their book to try and get back into this game and at least give a lane that they can play through, or at least use to neutralize the win condition that UIC is setting up with Pagoda.
Yeah, I'm very interested in what their game plan is when it comes up to team fights, when it comes up when the objectives really matter. You'll have the second Rift Herald coming up here in just a little bit, but next is the second Dragon of the game. And at this point for UIC, it seems like a foregone conclusion that you're going to get those first two Dragons. The amount of pressure that you have through the jungle, through this mid lane is humongous, and Built Differently just can't handle that pressure right now, but maybe they can find a pick on the bot lane if they can get a little bit of pressure relief towards this bottom side, towards this Ezreal, who still already has 2 kills, right? That is a very nice lead for the Ezreal, who requires a decent amount to get up and run.
Yeah, even though he's 10 CS down, it's nothing that matters, but also it looks like Turtle is going it might be Mythicless Misfortune build. It's cheaper, it keeps you in the game early on, even if you do go down into a deficit. However, it doesn't scale too well. And into a team comp that both these teams are almost mirroring each other, that might not be the best option, especially when it is an Ezreal that is 2-0 and gets a Trinity Force who could just absolutely delete people later down the line. So we'll have to see if that itemization choice does come into full effect. But at least UIC is still playing around Filipino Fish and Asian Boy, getting this Dragon once again as they're able to secure it. It might be a fight that hurts out here.
We got the shockwave there into the bullet time. The Wombo combo gets blocked by Mythic, but it still ends up in Built Differently dying. Next goes down as Untitled, and they are getting the resets now. Meanwhile, we got the 1v1 and topside riposte gets countered, but September is still going down. And do you remember when Pagoda slayed September?
And I remember it as if it was just a few seconds ago, as he's done it 3 times already. 2 kills at least for himself. And this top lane kingdom is now starting to really become an empire, as Viego, piloted by Filipino Asian Boy, has also, everywhere he's been, has been a benefit for UIC. He's caught double or 2 dragons. He's gotten that Rift Herald as well with that counter engagement against UIUC, who tried to push him away. And then he's been able to again neutralize this bottom lane just by a little bit. So it is very much into this Viego's pocket, who they banned his Sejuani because they knew he was dominant on it. But now they're saying, well, maybe we should give him 2 bans this time.
maybe 3, maybe 5. Yeah. Can we, Riot? Can we get more bans?
Can we? He banned more champions, but not more bans. That is kind of ridiculous, but
hey, I don't know if I like that kind of talk. At some point, we're gonna get like 10 bans for a single game.
There's a lot of preseason changes that are coming up in season 12, and I'm not sure if I'm excited.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah,
It's gonna be ridiculous. Anyways, 3,000 gold lead is present for UIC. Next dragon, not for another 3.5 minutes. Now it's all about the farm game. It's all about the lane assignments that we'll see from both these teams. And for me, it's about Mythic not being able to get out on the map. Yes, you've gotten 4 KP on the map already, but it was very integral to me for Built Differently to get with Mythic to be able to be successful. And an 0-4 Xin Zhao is not how you want to start the game.
No, I don't think. An early game jungler at 0-4 is not something that I want Built Differently on. I would rather have that 403. He's got a mirrored KD score with him and Asian Boy, and you can see the difference. And Viego is a scaling jungler, so it's like you have already lost that front. Yeah. You're losing top front. Mid front is still pretty even, but at least UIUC still has that Ezreal to talk with and say we can at least clear out ways. We have this strong side that he can just 1v1 this Misfortune nonstop. But that's not enough when it comes down to team fights being the influential part of this game here. Around those objectives, setting those Barons up, setting those Dragons up, and now with the mid turret being broken open, might have spoken too soon, but maybe being broken open in a couple of moments, that is where UIC can then just advance through this upper part of the quadrant and then force that 4-1 split like we were talking about. Whoever's able to get to that 4-1 a little bit faster with their jungler playing that sort of moderator in the gaps between the lanes, then you just are set up for a recipe of success. And then it's UIUC who's always playing on the back foot because they can't play into that new evolution of the game, and they have to play that catch up to where they're always going to be getting picked out left and right. You can see that kind of happening in the bottom lane where it's like, all right, UIC is set up at the 4-1. They know Misfortune can just solo farm, be safe against the Ezreal, and allow the rest of the team to take over the map from there. But UIUC can't do that. They need to address top lane. They need to address mid lane. They need to address this jungle vision pressure as well. And all of those being taken up means that they can't really stay competitive when it comes to either economic or even XP advantages, and when it comes down to those crucial timings.
We got Built Differently going down towards bot lane now.
They might be able to get this
getting
kill.
Under towered again. You do have Kankin right here, though, to back him off. And you're actually going to go for the engage. Bullet time is not going to be popped just yet in fear of getting it stopped here, but Solar Flare did come out. Now you got Filipino Asian Boy here, but Kankin's already down. They have gotten on the Turtle. Turtle is the next to fall, but Shockwave turning things around here as it's the top trio that come to bear for UIC, and UIUC can do nothing but run away. What a play. What a TP from Pagoda. Nice counter-strike there from September, trying to get him out, but Innumerable, he's trying to get one back. He does, but he gets taken down himself. Now the resets are there in September. You are down again. Pagoda is 6-0, Coco.
And what was looking like a nice engagement for UIC into this bottom lane became absolute disaster, pinched on every single front. With the double TP from Filipino Fish and from Pagoda, it's just goodnight after that one. And especially when Filipino Fish is able to get that double Shockwave, get some kills, lock him down, and Turtle being 1-4 is smiling like very brightly from a gray scheme, saying, hey, that's totally worth it. Now, the next thing we have to challenge for, though, is this dragon. At least UIUC was able to get there on time. They're rushing for it, but I don't know if this is going to be the right call. You have a massive Viego here, and the rest of UIUC
Full of time over down. Top. It's onto the dragon. Dragon's taken by Built Differently. Solar Flare on the backside, but yet the flank that has come through. Is it enough? Pagoda almost going down. Riposte gets him away. He dies.
Oh, he's
Pankin
down.
is going to get the kill into build differently. Turtle turning it around. Turtle still alive. Turtle helping Filipino Asian boy go unstoppable now. Gets the kill onto one dial, and that's going to be another wipe here against UIUC. And UIC are just full of surprises and full of gumption here as they take yet another ace.
Don't want to be the bearer of bad news here, but I believe that UIUC has to close the book on this game. Just play it slow, see how well they can stall out and sort of play with UIC's massive lead, and then use that knowledge to learn and process it for the next game. This is definitely a place where I think there's a point of no return, and UIC is now set for the task of how quickly and how efficiently can you close this game out? How clean can you do it? Because that's that next big step, right? Like, there's no more leniency anymore here from me. I need to see that clean closeout. You're able to make a great comeback from that early game late invade that UIUC had jumped on top of you with that first blood that they got for themselves. You replied with a wonderful pick on to build differently, slowed that jungle down, prioritized that top lane very, very well, with making sure that Pagoda on this Fiora is always going to be on the winning side. And then from there, always having the neutral objective priority, even if UIUC is able to get there a little bit earlier. You find those pinches, you find those flanks, and with Asian Boy and Fish, they're working as that power couple to just dominate a lot of these skirmishes. So I'm very impressed with what the UIC is bringing to the table right now. You just need to clean it up. Give me that dessert and show us how much you have learned through the weeks that you've been playing here at NACE Starleague.
Looking a little rough at this point in this game, number one. There goes Shelly? Shirley is the one. I was going to say Shelly number 2, but she deserves a name, and it's Shirley. As we do see, actually, I think it's Kelly. But the
Shelly and Kelly,
fact of the matter is, the towers are falling. Got the Glacial Fisher already used by Mythic. Can't really get any defense going with that as the inhib tower does fall. Next to the inhib, another charge. Potential, no. It will be smited away by Build Differently. The entire time you've had this 4-1 going that you were talking about.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
And it's just death by 1,000 cuts for UIUC. Just take one out, take another turret out, look at this mid lane, pincer it a little bit, deny all of that vision in the jungle, look at this Baron, say, can we do it? Well, they've got 5 members up, and they still play very well into a condensed environment. Let's hold off on that. Let's just continue to deny that vision, and maybe think about it next time when we get to another item power swing. Though thankfully Turtle also decided to go with that mythic option instead of just going Yomu's into, say, either like a Mana Moon or into another straighted Dirk item such as like the Serpent's Fang. Does get that eclipse, so a little bit happier on that end. But I'm not happy at where One Dill is. He's could be in trouble, but thankfully Mythic is there to get him out.
I love that. That's the thing for me, is it's so crazy how this game went, because we talked about it in the draft, how there's a lot of volatility towards top side of the map, that can lend to what we'll see in the game, especially who takes control of the game. And that's exactly how it went. You know, Pagoda getting a little help from Filipino Asian boy, not much, got a huge advantage in top side.
A little?
It was
you mean not much?
It was
You
able
got a
to.
whole turret with him. What do you mean?
All right. But the fact is, like, to be able to see this go so heavily on one side, you've got to think if there's just a few adjustments in that top side, in the pressure, or at least the map rotations that UIUC were able to accomplish early on, that it is a different game.
Oh yeah, like we even talked about and how we continue to talk about, both these compositions are very, very familiar to each other. They have almost the same win conditions, but it's just been UIC who has been better executing.
Oh no, Pagoda's dead.
But
Oh, he's got the grand challenge.
Oh,
Pagoda
I was spamming
dies.
some my question mark pings in my head for a little bit until Pagoda finally went down September. Thank goodness he was able to get that shut down underneath the turret. That does give a little bit of breath of fresh air for UIUC. They can look for this dragon knowing that Pagoda is not available for the next 30 seconds. Though UIC I would have to say he's pretty comfortable with taking a loss on this one. Though it could be a 4-stack Infernal Dragon, and the more damage that this composition of UIUC gets, the more difficult it's going to be just ace checking them with stats and trying to challenge them man-to-man with the tankiness that Asian Boy and Pagoda would be able to have. Sure, they're not tanks per se, but they are some pretty beefy fighters, and that's where those Infernal Dragons can be a massive influence when it comes down to contesting these side lanes or contesting these objective setups. But all in due time here, as again, UIC not too impressed so far of how their closeout is. They need to get this Baron and look to start a power play soon before everything else gets out of control.
It's the control that's needed to win these kinds of games, but those 2 dragons back to back will be a nice little start. UIUC try and claw back some of this gold difference, as it is getting pretty substantial, or has been pretty substantial, and especially now that we're hitting 3 item spikes on a lot of UIC, it gets scarier because now they can just force fights. They can force UIUC to play into them. And especially when you're looking at this Baron potential there with Pagoda in the side lane, having TP available, the play is always there.
And it just doesn't feel to me that UIC knows that they're 9,000 gold in the lead. They're being a little bit hasty and not being as confident because they're waiting for Pagoda to make a move. Sure, you get the turret destroyed. Now it's something that's like, okay, now there's an inhibitor on the line here, UIUC. You need to start making some moves now. And that move immediately shifts to, I can see this Baron. UIC, they're running a little bit low right now with the HP. Baron's doing a decent amount of damage onto him. They're going to have to get out. They're able to push him off, but all of that means Pagoda gets to be left to his own devices. I saw that Grand Challenge just pop, so that is an ultimate down for him. This could be the opening September needs, but I think he's still, it's that 9k difference. I don't think he can challenge without a turret.
Yeah, not at this point either, as I think the USC want to try and force this Baron, but meanwhile, September just dies. Pagoda getting the 1v1, meaning that Baron is immediately started up by UIC.
Yeah, back at it again in the Baron pit, but look at how much damage they're taking. It's so much damage because of the poke that one Dill and Mythic can do. Oh,
the pop shots! Oh my god, Pagoda's just ending the game right now, though. Innumerable is here, but can he do anything? One Nexus tower falls. Pagoda decides to back away. Does get scattered the weak, and it's immediate retreat coming out from the side of UIC. Pagoda realizes the rest of Innumerable's team might be on their way.
Recalls come in, information is sold, and they know that UIUC is looking to reinforce that bottom side of the map with that inhibitor gone. You're going to need at least 2 members now to deal with Pagoda here, and with all of that trading back and forth, that's what UIC was able to at least accomplish. They at least also got to power test their Baron. They know that they're still very, very squishy when it comes to taking this Baron. They can't really do it without Fiora if they want to do it quickly, because of how Turtle is building on this Misfortune. It's not like a crit, it's just straight up having to auto very, very slowly onto this Misfortune. But you can really threaten these side lanes. And that's what they're looking now if they can divert to the top side. You got a naked inhibitor there on the top end, and you can whittle away these turrets, but unfortunately I think they're caught out.
He's in trouble. Everything utilized onto him. He has the GA, though. It will be popped after the Heartbreaker, so he's actually in some safety, but built differently is going in. He's taking up the front line, but his health bar can't handle it. Innumerable goes forward with the flash, gets the scat of the week. Pagoda on the backside can't get in, can't get the kills. Grand Challenge comes through, but he's all by himself and can't do much, as only 1 kill goes over to UIC, as 3 members will fall, and UIUC will go to the Baron.
And built differently, barely got out with his life there. He dropped down to 15 HP, and he stayed there before that Triumph proc before Pagoda fell. Very close call there. But with Filipino Asian Boy available, he has Flash, he has Smite available. He can try and challenge this. He has the sight.
He can get in the pit. Nobody's there to stop him. He's there. He doesn't get it. He dies.
Look at what's being lost there. They need to immediately recall. That turret will fall. No,
oh, no, it won't. Oh my god, it stopped.
Saved by the aggro.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh. Breathing a sigh of fresh air there, but with how low that turret is, even with backdoor defenses available, Pagoda can take that thing down with a blink of an eye. Look at it, slap it once, that turret's gone. So, even with them saving that turret, It's just that slight speed bump, barely a speed bump, for the UIC to again threaten a 4-1, keep Pagoda in the dark, or even Filipino Fish in the dark, and then force that split push, and then a potential backdoor to come in through. But now UIC is looking at this Infernal Dragon saying, well, crap, this is the sole point, and it's third Infernal here for UIUC. We cannot give this one over. We need to start a fight and end this game now before things get too chaotic, and that's what Pagoda is doing.
Goda, he's about to just die though. Riposte will get the stun off, but he's just dead. The overextensions are what is getting UIUC back into this game. Now this gold lead only 4,000, and they'll take their third consecutive Infernal Dragon.
What a massive amount of damage that will provide. That is, don't get me wrong, 18% bonus damage, bonus attack, and ability power on the team of UIUC. That is going to be a massive boon for them, and there's nothing that UIC was able to get off of the back end of that. Pagoda, like you said, was just Hail Mary play, diving way too deep in to try and get that kill. But thankfully for UIC, that inhibitor is still down. It was taken down once again by minions, and it will be down for another 3 minutes. But with this Baron power play, UIUC could look to try and end. They just need 1-2 good picks. They take down Turtle, they take down Pagoda once more, and there's no one, and they have at least 5 members still available. This game is good as dusted, and UIC had lost their lead and lost their advantage to find this win for themselves, and UIUC was able to scramble back in, able to get this inhibitor turret. But it might be all that they're able to get, as the wave clear is now online for UIC.
It's just so rough to really get a meaningful crack of the base onto UIC with the lead that they've gotten, but slowly and surely UIUC will make those attempts. They do get that inhib power, but not the inhib, and the base looking in tatters. They got to make sure to get back, get some warding up, and get ready for the next objectives, which will be spawning back to back here in about 3.5 minutes.
And at least for them too, we did have that red inhibitor respawn in the bottom lane. So UIUC, excuse me, as now 2 speed bumps for themselves to make sure that a backdoor potential does not happen out of Pagoda. But
no,
they're getting caught out, built differently.
Pressing guard came out, but you already had the drag
Whoa,
back, and there's
damage.
the full engage by Built Differently, using the Gore Drinkers, healing up, and here comes One Dial as they've gotten the front to back. Bullet time comes away, the Turtle's just dead to the power unleashed, and now it's the scaling factor for UIUC that's just coming up clutch right now. One Dial is so hard to deal with. Pagoda is just going to go in and die again here by himself. Will be another life claim for UIUC and another advantage. They could just push down mid lane here as Innumerable is doing. September gets the shutdown. They don't have the Baron, but they don't need it.
They got 20 seconds until Turtle and Filipino Fish are up. They could parade down this mid lane. Sure, like you said, no power play. But this might just be enough time for them to take inhibitor and take a turret. But 10
One
seconds
Dial's
on both
so
those mid
big
lane.
right now. The dude is insane.
I don't think they get. Yeah, they just get the inhibitor and they call it a day. And that was a catch by UIC. They caught Built Differently, but he
Gore
just
Drinker is
tanked
built
it with
differently.
Gore
He's just built differently.
He-
What can you say? I mean, come on.
Where's the heel cut on UIC? I don't see nothing. That's what I say. Where's the
I don't know,
heel
dude.
cut?
It's One Dial for me who's just ridiculous on this Ezreal. Like, nobody can touch him. They don't have
Oh, yeah.
the backline
That-
access. Every time Pagoda tries to go for a flank, they just can't
is
get
true. That is true. However, Built Differently would have died if there was heel cut. Like, I'll say that now. Would UIC have won that fight? Possibly not. If they were able to kill Built Differently there, because of how much damage One Dill and Innumerable are doing. But being able to get that kill and being able to secure those kills is very important for them, as Filipino Fish just takes his entire True Shot Barrage to the back of his head, reminds him that he needs to go and drink at the fountain. And Pagoda, who has been set up for success this entire game, is now 8-5 on this Fiora, is choosing some very interesting TP plays to try and stall this game out further, and is not getting any space from the rest of his team anymore to try and get this side lane under control. He's been now lost to his own devices ever since UIC had migrated their 4-man to the mid lane to try and break open this mid-tier turret, which I feel like I just think that they shouldn't have. I think at this point, if you're trying to 4-1 and you need as much space as possible, you needed to stay divided. And
Very interested right
end.
now, Coco.
Yes.
Because we're getting pings from UIUC onto the Baron. The push is in top lane for one dial. They
I
are
think
on
you just
soul point. You
Hail
can
Mary-
give this one up, and you can just Hail Mary the Baron.
Yeah. Well,
Blue team's turret
here's another Hail Mary. How about you just split push?
Pagoda
kill the
might
inhibitor
just
with
win the
5
game.
people?
Backs
Yeah.
are just now starting. It's only Innumerable who's backing. Now they realize what is happening here. September is here as well. Okay, I thought that maybe Filipino Asian Boy was going to come commit to this, but the inhib does fall here. September has some backup now. Pagoda gets the nice riposte. Grand challenge is
that's a
there.
good
He
riposte.
gets one. This is some trouble here as UIUC are turning tails and trying to take the fight. Pagoda is going to go down
Oh,
to
he
Innumerable
doesn't get it.
as that
How
is
much
so
HP on the turret?
unfortunate. Meanwhile, the
Oh,
team
well.
fight's continuing. Filipino Asian Boy is there, but so is Filipino Fish. Shockwave comes through. Turtle taking
right,
half his
Filipino
health
Fish.
bar, but Filipino Asian Boy
Boy.
is getting the resets in one dial. Can't do it. He does
Oh.
not have the turnaround here, does he? There's the shutdown for Filipino
Uh-oh.
Asian Boy.
Oh, watch out! It's one dial.
Oh my
piloted by
God.
Filipino
Oh.
Asian Boy.
Might
Did he
have
do
the Mystic shots.
Oh.
Oh my God, it does
Oh.
so much damage. Filipino Asian Boy, he wants it. He wants it so bad. He has Heartbreaker. Not
Nope.
available now. It just went off cooldown from the reset. So not going to be there. Filipino Asian Boy backs off, but the mid lane push is there for UIUC.
And he can't sneak this dragon because you don't want to do it 2v1. He needs one other person, and I know built differently and Nuberal know that. Gonna be leaving.
We
Here
got
comes
TP
TP from
coming in.
September.
Look at the super minions. There's 2 waves of super minions pushing in mid lane right now against UIC. This is Infernal Soul for UIUC. This would be the 4th Infernal
comes
Dragon
Pagoda.
in a row. Pagoda's here. He's got the grand challenge. He's going in for the damage.
Let's get
Riposte
it.
connects. The knockback for the scout of the week. Innumerable is huge in this, but the
Oh,
grand
he gets it.
challenge
The
gets
heal.
popped, and the resets are there. UIC might find it. Solar Flare does not connect. Pagoda is still healing up a storm, and you wanted some heal cut. Well, where's the heal cut for UIUC?
Exactly the next question, Mazel. There's none. Absolutely zero. There's some on to Braum there from Mythic, but that's not enough. You need heal cut on your DPS. The DPS needed it, and
They
it's
just
not
win the
there.
game off this.
They do.
They've got
It's game
super
over.
minions. My God, what a banger of a game one in this best of 3. They're looking to finish it off here. September gets stunned up, gets taken down.
Okay.
Nexus 1 dial. He's the only one left to try to stop this Nexus take. But UIC will go for blood. They will go for game 1, and they show up big when it matters.
disconnected.
What a match! Wow. Mazel,
You need a big
I
brain
am,
analysis on that one, Coco.
well, I'm.
Where's the
I
heal
have to
cut?
where is the heal cut, bro? Like, honestly, man. Like, just get it. Just get heal cut.
Just
It's
get it.
so good. It's so good. The problem with, like, the lethality misfortune build is that it's very awkward to get it, because it's like, I don't want to go Mortal Reminder, because I could rather just get, like, Lord Doms or like, Soroldo's Grudge into like, a Black Cleaver and just, like, Armor Shred, because, like, that's your point, is, like, you just Armor Shred and you want ult cooldown. But everyone else, like, Pagoda, where's your heal cut? Just, like, same with Nuberal, where's your heal cut? Like, Morellos are very important. And even with the junglers, like, I think both Zinzao and Viego are totally fine with building the Kempung Chainsaw and all of that jazz. But outside of the heal cut, there was some sloppiness coming in from UIC when trying to close out that game, and UIUC did an immaculate job bringing it back for themselves to get into that game and make it real competitive. And I think too competitive for UIC's comfort level, but that's a lesson learned from them. And I think taking a break, ooh,
That was a game. That was a game, and I'm very excited to see what we get for game number 2. We are going to step away and take that little break, but we will be back in just a short little while. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV tournament. We are going into game number 2 of our second best of 3 of the night. Mazel joined by Coco continuously. We got to see what the University of Illinois can bounce back with after UIC gave them a run for their money in game 1.
Oh yeah, University of Illinois at Urbana at Champaign they did their darndest, I'll have to say, because it started out, they kicked the game off right with that initial late invade first blood for themselves. There's a quick reply from UIC to turn the game back on their heads and throw that entire plan that UIUC had cooked up for themselves into the top lane, where they were able to prioritize a lot of that winning advantage with Pagoda and Filipino Asian Boy to just dominate this entire game 1 in the early 20 minutes. However, once we got into a stage where even though you see UIC getting to a 4K, 5K, up to a 9,000 gold lead, it's here when they start to turn the tides. UIUC is able to just at least hold their own with the sustain from Xin Zhao and Braum in both built differently and mythic respectively, to where Wondale and Innumerable can get onto the back line, poke out Filipino Fish and Pagoda, survive the onslaught that UIC was giving out, and to that end, it had forced UIC to change their play style, to shift away from the 4-1 split that they were looking for. And Pagoda turned that dial and turned it up to 11, looking at the perfect picks, getting the grand challenge on just the right targets to keep him alive during a lot of these crucial late game duels, to where he could inevitably win this final crucial soul point fight for the team of University of Illinois at Chicago, and they're able to finish the game in a 35-minute barn burner of a game 1. But as much as it felt like it was a close series, I don't think it was. I think UIC is still a very dominant team. I think their early game was a lot better. They understood their win conditions and played to those conditions a lot more effectively. And it took a little bit of time for UIUC to really download that process, figure out a game plan, reassess the situation, and adapt on the fly, which, yes, they were able to complete it, but it was a lot of UIC failing at like closing the game out into an effective level. And that's where, yes, the leniency is out the window. And for myself here in this second game, it's either UIC needs to put up or shut up and get this late game under control and make sure that they can shut out UIUC, or University of Illinois can clean up their act in early game and get back to a game plan that they can really execute properly.
And for me, Pagoda, man, this Fiora was picked when University of Illinois had the counter pick ready to go. Like, literally the last pick for UIC. And to be able to perform like that is huge. I talked a lot in draft 1 and into the game about what does game 1 mean for this best of 3? What adaptations do we see going into game 2? And I think this is so important because we saw a huge focus towards mid lane, at least from the ban perspective, for a lot of the first game. But now going into game 2, you have to expect more focus towards the top side.
I would have to say focusing on the top side for both these teams is still very much the big implementation during the draft. Honestly, both of these players were ridiculous. both September in that top side on the Jax, he was able to hold his own for quite a while, and also in Pagoda in the top end. I do give the favor over to Pagoda just because of that bias of how well he was able to perform, but it was more than anything else. Jungle. Filipino Asian Boy did amazing on this Viego, and that's where you have to revert the situation of how much do you want to ban out on this jungle pickup. Do you want to take out the Sejuani and the Viego and really choke down his champion pool to where he pretty much is forced to play tanks? Because like I look at his champion pool, and if you take out those 2 picks, next best thing for him is like Volibear Poppy. We saw how good Poppy jungle was, but it's a very niche thing, as Zyle pointed out in that interview for the last series. So that might just be the place where they can do that, take that gameplay out from UIC and say focus on our own game plan now that that is off the table.
Well, we will have to see as we're getting into draft for game number 2. University of Illinois, or UIUC, is going to be on the blue side. UIC is going to be on the red side this time. Shen, Sejuani, likely bans for University of Illinois, as those were the same bans we saw in game number 1, taking out the primary comforts for the entire roster of UIC, as it's going to look like similar bans from UIC as well this time. The LeBlanc and the Zoe was the second ban last time too.
that one out. I want to see. Let's see, because you could ban out the Syndra if you wanted. I feel like if you ban out a potential Yumi pickup, or heck, even I don't think UIC needs to change their bans too much per se, but I'm just thinking of like other things they could technically ban. Like I'm not scared of Ezreal. Jax, if only you're gonna be like playing another Fiora like fighter in the top side that you don't want. But it wasn't really too scary out of that pickup. The other one I'd have to say would say Xin Zhao. You could take the Xin Zhao away, but the one thing that we were looking for was that Viego ban from University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Decided not to go with that. They're still going with the Annie. They do not want that in the hands of Filipino Fish. So choosing one of the lesser evils to deal with is a very crucial point of this first pick or ban phase. But being on blue side, they can at least grab that priority pick of that misfortune for themselves this time around.
The misfortune key in getting set up team fight compositions. As I wonder if the Annie was actually banned. It was hovered last game.
Sure.
Very interested in that one. The set also banned away. UIC are looking to pick back up this Braum.
Fight fire with fire, you know, they take your pick, we take yours. Sort of gentleman's agreement with that. I'd be fine with it, and you could go a more aggressive ADC this time around, or you could go with that Israel. Like you could go 100% salty run back. There we go, Aphelios lock in, something that has not been showing up in the world's meta as of late, but has dominated the NA scene in quite a while. The Braum Aphelios will be that pickup for themselves, though something we have not seen, Mizel, is our Chrono Keeper in Zillion. My question is, because like the last time I've seen it in like competitive play is like in a sense of like a dominant fashion is like Bjergsen and Jensen. Those are the two people
True,
I think
yeah.
of when I think of Zillion pro play. And that's in mid lane, though I just don't think it's a mid lane pick here for a new role.
Really interested, because to some extent like that stun setup can be really nice for
Okay.
the MF.
It's a mythic pick. Yeah, he has 500 games on it. My bad.
And the Aphelios picked up for UIC as well as the Xin Zhao. So a lot of similar, at least facilitating pieces from game number 1 that they're bringing back into game number 2.
Sure. So I like the Xin Zhao Aphelios Braum. A lot of space and allows this team fight to happen. And then that next question of how effective is this one trick Zillion on Mythic to break this game open? Like how good is he at it? That's the only real question, right? Is like how can he carry a game on this pick, being a master tier Zillion player, and how can we facilitate that? And that's where I think the Fizz ban and Assassin bans are going to be crucial here for University of Illinois. I think you take that Viego out of the way as well. This is where like sure Xin Zhao is already banned, so excuse me on that one. I think the Fiora is the better option here, or Jax, either or. One of those fighters is totally fine, but something that like doesn't get good resets and denies a lot of that potential that Zillion can really provide, and force him into a more condensed situation that this Zillion can work on. To that end, we are now getting into those solo lanes once more. It's again 4 or 5 have to be mid and top, and figuring out which counter pick they wanted.
Counter picks are always crucial. Last time, it didn't go so well for University of Illinois, but I am very interested in what this time UIC are going to utilize that counter pick for. As Jarvan was locked in for the top lane, more than likely for University of Illinois, hovering the TF, so giving them a little bit of map mobility in those semi-globals. The big question is, do they lock it in? Do they want something more stable for the mid lane? Oh, wait. Ooh.
Wait a minute. Is this a Jarvan mid?
Or is it a Jace mid? We have seen it.
Just trying to think. I'm looking across the board here for UIUC. Innumerable plays Jace. So it could be a Jace mid. I think that Jace mid is more likely than that of top lane. If we're going off of that.
All right.
That's just
we got an update.
Oh.
J4 is TF.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So
sounds good. So that's why the
Jace is top, yeah.
Alrighty.
It is an Ornn into Jace as the counter pick for UIC.
That's totally fine. It's a team fight composition. Like no other way around it. Front to back. Braum Xin Zhao in front. Ornn with the setup. Get the hits. Deny flanks. No poke. You're not going to allow them to poke because Call of Forge God is going to go ahead and jump in right on top of them. And you can use the Glacial Fissure from there as a placeholder of like, where does Misfortune set up? Misfortune is here, Glacial Fissure that position, and she'll never be able to get the bullet time off, even if you have the wall already set up and denying that damage output already. So I have to say, UIC dominated this draft. Like turning nameplates off, turning off history. I think they did a fantastic job once again on this red side, even with the counter pick that they decided to go with the Ornn. It does neutralize it, though it is still that room for concern, right? Of like University of Illinois, you have a Lee Sin and a Jace, you can have a lot of early damage, a lot of early prio, and if you take a lot of damage early on, as this Ornn in the top lane is Pagoda, and you're in kill range of a Lee Sin and Jace dive, that could be an issue. Yeah, you don't dive an Ornn, but when you are a Jace and a Lee Sin that can just like jump in, do an execute damage with a Shock Blast and a Shockwave into a Dragon Strike, I would give them the benefit of the doubt on that one. As long as it is like, this is like pre-3, like this is pre-6, by the way, that I'd be discussing. Once it hits 6 and you have Call of the Forge God available and you know that's up, yeah, don't dive him whatsoever. It's better to just like push him underneath his turret and then invade the Xin Zhao instead and use that as a roaming jungle top situation to shut down Asian Boy and cut his supply offline. So all of that being said, I would want this to be a top lane focus again from University of Illinois at Urbana Champaign, and UIC, cut and dry.
I think that, looking at the Zillion lock-in, the combo of really no AP on the University of Illinois side besides the Zillion is a little bit of worry for me, because I feel like that bar of
Twisted
execution.
Fate, so.
Oh yeah, it is Twisted Fate. My bad.
Yeah.
So you get a little bit more. My bad. But the thing for me is like, what is your front line? And if you're going into a fight against UIC in this team fight centered comp that they have for themselves, you've got the wombo combo with the setup with the bullet time to an extent. But if you're taking front to back team fights, it's really rough right now for University of Illinois. So you've got to make sure to be able to play your game, not get pulled into UIC's game.
And I'd have to say the thing is, like with frontline, it's that whole maneuverability thing, right? Like if you are able to get in with the Lee Sin, divide the members of UIC where they cannot play as a death ball, and Jace can isolate a single target out, and with that harassment from a flank, be able to poke it out. Same thing with Twisted Fate. This is 100% like a 1-3-1 composition for University of Illinois of UIUC. So they need to get that online early so that Ornn is stuck in a lane and Syndra is stuck in a lane. And then Twisted Fate and Jace can be on those side lanes with the 3-man of Misfortune, Zillion, and Lee Sin being those moderators in the mid lane, pushing out, getting wave clear. And you look at the wave clear that they have much better wave clear than that of what UIC does. They can push faster than Aphelios and Braum. They can push faster than the Syndra and the Ornn too in multiple stages of the game. The only big inkling of concern is that Syndra, who can clear very, very quickly. So to that end, you sort of play a little bit of a moderator on that flank with the Lee Sin. And if we're going into a sense of just reflecting the past game and going into retrospect, it's a difficult to execute composition, and that's where you have that concern. It's like, cool, if you execute this perfectly, this composition should be able to neutralize that 5v5 team fight comp that UIC has. But UIC doesn't really have I don't think UIC has that lack of knowledge. I think they are very much ready for this kind of style to be executed on them, and they'll just like throw them to the wolves.
The fact that they set up around the bullet time, but there's two ways to counter it in the Braum and the Crescent Guard from the Xin Zhao. We'll have to see how it all pans out for University of Illinois as they try to extend this series to 3. We're going to take a little break before we get onto the Rift. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be getting into game number 2 here very, very soon. We got the setup. We've got the definition for both these two teams. We need to see University of Illinois bring it back to go to 3 games tonight to keep their undefeated streak alive here in the NACE Starleague Fall Split. Here we are in the Summoner's Rift, Coco.
Here we are one more time.
Potentially, we could have another one. All right, all right.
Two more times.
Put the brakes on there, Coco. Put the brakes on there.
Summoner's Rift.
I ain't got no brakes. I'm replacing the shoes today.
Ain't no brakes. All gas, no brakes.
Yes. That honestly, that's the game plan here for UIUC. You need to all gas, no brakes. You need to get online, get this 1-3-1 split push situation in effect before UIC is able to condense down into a 5-man death ball that they want to be. And then from there, well, you got to play the 1-3-1 even better than what UIC can force as a full 5-man. Because, like, that's the obvious answer once you see a 1-3-1 being set up and you're a team fight team. It's like, okay, well, we're just going to run down your mid lane and blow up 3 members because we can, and you don't have all 5 here to deal with this. So that's been, like, the whole moral of the story tonight has been easier to execute compositions and then sort of playing that adaptability, right? Because the other thing for me is Mythic on the Zillion. I got to keep close eyes on how well he can perform on this one trick for himself, because who knows what the Zillion Misfortune combo can do.
Very interesting take on the traditional composition we've been seeing in the meta so far. Also, I feel like the first pick Misfortune kind of dug themselves into a hole, but if built differently, can emphasize on that Misfortune, really utilize the strength of this Misfortune. That's where they can find advantages, but you got to expect for UIC, binoculars are on bot lane, on mid lane. They're not even going to touch top lane as Filipino Asian Boy wants to get the ball rolling for one of these carries.
From here, we're waiting for that level 2. What will this Zillion level up to? Because, like, if he goes with the cooldown, he gets a nice slap of damage onto Kankin and Turtle here. There's another bomb just dropped right on top of the head of Turtle. Good amount of damage from that one. And it is lethal tempo on this Aphelios. So we've been usually seeing Conqueror too on that champion just because of how well the damage can ramp up, but lethal tempo might just be the name of the game here for this second game of the series, just to give that additional trading to always be able to just constantly harass with those chakras and get the damage out quickly before you fall to a potential bullet time or a pick from September or Innumerable.
Now, we'll say we highlighted Filipino Asian Boy's path towards bot lane, but it is going to be built differently, pathing towards this top side of the map, potentially wrapping around to this mid lane, but you can expect that he wants to get September ahead on this Jace, because if you can find advantage in the top lane, it leaves so much to be worked on in the rest of the map and so much pressure relief, at least on the top side.
This is also a thing we teased about too, is that if you can get this potential dive in this lethal kill window onto this Orin pre-6 that is, you can be in a recipe of success of setting up that 1-3-1 effectively.
Oh, they're going to TP
as
too.
Well from Innumerable.
They're going to commit
undusted.
here. Damage goes down. He's going to get hit by a couple tower shots. Now this is some trouble here as damage is already down. First blood goes over. September will not fall, and the juggle comes out clutch for UIUC.
Very well done there from UIUC, only using a flash and a teleport to get that first blood online. But an answer coming back from Filipino Asian Boy. Nice scout out from Mythic to know that he can call out where this Xin Zhao is. You can scout with those bombs to give you vision of the entire range, to give you that safety.
They really want this dive.
It's also the same thing, right? It's pre-6. You don't want to like try and attack this Zillion when he hits level 6 and he can just like revive his Misfortune and turn the tides. But before 6,
the wave is just not working out in their favor, though.
Yeah, no. I think they have to call this one off and say, let's just keep prio. Let's see if we can get mid. And then potentially ask Filipino Asian Boy to say, let's just solo Dragon. Let's just keep an eye on where build differently is. And make sure that we can get some neutral objectives for this teamfight composition. While Pagoda, again, in a tough spot.
He has flash available, but there it's going to be used. A little bit too late there. Slow not going to be enough, actually. Pagoda gets away.
Now, Word also gives him a couple gold for himself, but look at all the stuff that's being cleared here by Asian Boy as well. He gets all of the bottom lane up built differently. And I'd have to say, he's looking pretty healthy enough, and with that smite, he could look for a mid gank here, or potentially just solo this dragon. Though, we need to see where Built Differently is also going on this Lee Sin, because if he goes to this mid, he could potentially threaten a challenge on that dragon, so Asian Boy is going to take the less risky option and go with a potential gank onto Numeral, and that's just a fake.
I'm gonna try to go away here. Filipino Asian Boy, maybe having the distance. There's the flash from Innumerable.
It's a pretty key flash, though.
Can't you just can't land the winner's bite onto one dial this time around.
Happens, man. Every now and then you just have an off game on Braum, but this is back to that
Oh, he's
bottom
going
lane.
in for it
He lands
though.
that
Winter's
one.
bite goes through. Mythic is getting low. There's the stun, but TP's on the back. Is it going to be September? And this is going to turn around. Filipino Asian Boy just wants to find a kill, but won't even
Oh
find
my
it.
goodness.
It is tragedy. And a welcome basket on top of it for UIC here in game number 2 as 4 kills go down. It will just be a gigantic 2,000 gold lead at sub 6 minutes for University of Illinois.
And if I was UIUC, I'd say take the greedy play right here, right now. Just use all of your members to take this dragon immediately. I can see Built Differently is going for it by himself. Thankfully for them, Filipino Asian Boy is not routing back to this bottom quadrant of the map, so he's going to be able to take it just fine and dandy. And that's a 4-kill lead in favor of UIUC, starting off this game, and a perfect start for this 1-3-1 split style that they're looking for. Now the next question for me, or at least the next objective I'd be looking for, is saying you have about 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds until this Rift Herald will spawn. You can go ahead and cash in on some good items right now. For the whole majority of UIUC, you need to prepare your waves for this Rift Herald, because then you need to use that Rift Herald to start breaking these turrets open and forcing that 1-3-1 style continuously. Or you try and get as many turret plates as possible to then migrate once 14 minutes hit into that mid lane focus. No matter what, get your style online, but as all that happened, go to setting up success here.
Yeah, he's going to be in some trouble here, September. He's going to be with the level advantage, but not much to be said about it. One more auto attack, but Goda gets the shutdown. Ooh, Filipino Fish survived.
A little bit of disrespect there from September. Unfortunately, with that catch, didn't really know where Asian Boy was, but you kind of got to know that he's on top side when nothing was being challenged on the bottom side of the map, even with Built Differently taking that dragon all by himself. So a little bit of a lost cause on that one. Though, it does give a little bit of tankiness over to this Ornn. I'll be interested to see where this Ornn's going. The other thing, too, is he's going Cull, just because he wants as much gold as possible. Oh, Turtle!
Oh, Turtle! It doesn't die. Almost got him,
If he
though,
had
as
flash,
one
he would've been
dial.
dead.
Yeah, if he didn't. But we'll get that Summoner Spellburn.
But yeah, the build that Pagoda is taking is, I like it just because of it's low econ. You're going for your mythic item first. You don't need to be like the pure tank because it's not going to be like, you're not going into a team fighting comp, so you don't need to go Anathemas first. And because of that, it gives you that luxury to play a little bit cheaper. I do want him to rather go, I don't want him to go Sunfire. I just say, just go Chem Tank. See that initial game, it should like lock people down, right? Because it gives you ability haste. It means that you can start fights a little bit sooner and a little bit faster. And as all of that is, that's all future cast.
Pagoda.
I'm getting stuck in the future here. You need to go back to the present.
Goda needs to get this wave cleared a little bit. My God, that's a huge
dude.
wave. He does not have Ornhorn. He's got 3 members of UIUC here. There's no way out of this one. He is just going to die. The kick comes out. Pagoda dies, and Innumerable tank the tower while September gets the kill.
And they'll be able to get this turret. There's no TP there to answer this push. But that massive minion wave, as you had mentioned, might just be enough to break that first brick open. Here comes UIC, seeing if they can find a reply on the bottom side, but Mythic
Every
and
time.
Undial.
Mythic barely makes it out of the range of Filipino Asian Boy every single time. Turtle's going
Turtle's
for it. He's got the
damaged.
chakrams. He's not going to die. I thought maybe one shot will come through, but a double goes over to UIC on the bot side. Oh, no. They trade it back. Filipino Asian Boy dies.
Yeah, red-white don't fight that Aphelios. But with the 1-for-1 trade, I gotta say that's a W there for UIUC. Because you get the first brick, you get a trade, and I think only one turret blade happened to fall on that bottom side. They're gonna get 2 here now. Potentially 3 with the fact that it is Chakrams Aphelios. He can burn through those rather quickly. So being able to get that will sort of neutralize the lead up. But look at the lead right now. There's a 2,000 gold difference. Even with that additional plate falling.
Oh,
here,
there's the
here comes
Destiny. Numerable goes for the yellow card. Can't get it, but that's still Turtle dying. Mythic
Ouch.
gets the kill. That's 2 for the Zillion now. The setup is real here.
Rather be safe than sorry with that ultimate as well on Zillion. So far, just again, checking in on the 1-3-1. I say from here on out, pushing this bottom wave, and I'm going to hold my witch a little bit. Pagoda's fighting it.
Oh, the flash
Nice
from
flash.
September and the Scat of the Week is not going to connect. Pagoda wants to separate this fight a little bit more, but Filipino Fish roams up to find nothing.
I'm going to be able to find anything like that, but Dragon is going to be spawning in 40 seconds. And to that point, I think just reset right now with the 1-3-1. UIUC needs to get to this 1-3-1 state. I understand Mythic here roaming now, so this is where they can kind of do that. It's saying, alright, keep one down on the bottom lane as much as possible. It's okay to isolate him here and keep Twisted Fate fighting the Syndra. But having Mythic here is the key point. Filipino Asian Boy seeing if you can find a flank.
Taking a lot of damage here, though. Filipino Asian Boy able to separate that fight to save Filipino Fish's life, but they lose all priority in mid lane.
All priority, and it's right in time for a Dragon 2. UIUC will take this Dragon for themselves. UIC will have to cut their losses where they can. Sure, no kills had happened in that mid lane, but this is where that 1-3-1 is coming into effect. Mythic can now roam around on this Zillion as much as possible. He can help out Bill differently. He can help out September. He can help out Numeral, which almost died off camera.
Yeah, almost did. Power Unleashed got utilized there.
Turtle needs to
no.
leave. He
Turtle.
needs to go back home.
Oh, Turtle. Oh, he's got fans here, but Dragon Rage kick brings him back. Flashes, nicely done. The bullet time is blocked up, and that's a kill potentially. No, he's going to resurrect. TP is now coming in here.
He's
Double
dead.
TP from UIC. This is the turnaround they needed. Built differently's down, and they've got the follow-up. Double knockup from Pagoda, and that is huge in the turnaround for UIC in this game. They get the double kill to a Filipino Asian Boy, and just like that, the lead is cut in half.
Cut in half back to 2,000. And this 5v5 competition finally got what they were asking for. It was UIUC steps in a little bit too far, got a little bit too greedy to try and get Turtle, but those summoners were available. He is able to survive that engagement from Built Differently and turns that fight back around with those TPs that Pagoda and Filipino Fish were able to find. Tying up the kills, and at least giving Aphelios a kill as well on Turtle is pretty nice. Though they need to prepare for that next objective. Herald is not going to be spawning for a couple more minutes. Same thing with the Dragon. Both of those are very far off in the future. And because of that, I would have to say it is beneficial for UIUC. Because this little lull state, this small amount of time they have between these objectives, grants them that time to continue 1-3-1ing, to continue forcing UIC to play their style and to play this kind of map state. And it is just way more beneficial for them to really pull off this kind of situation and strategy.
Now we do have another Rift Herald coming up on the board here soon. UIUC definitely positioning around that with a lot of vision, but this mid lane priority is key to that. As you do see UIC moving here as well, but on the bot side of the map, maybe they're actually looking to punish one dial a little bit more, as it does look like it's going to be a Turtle coming down here to push the wave a little bit more. And Filipino Asian Boy, that control ward is too little too late. He pops cleanse, but he still dies. Kankin stays to tank up the turret just a little bit there, but no response play will come out from UIUC.
You gotta communicate that information. Once you see one of these members move over, you have to fall back. You have to respect the fact that they can just full front force you, full brute force, excuse me, straight into these fights. But there's that Rift Herald spawning here for the side of UIUC. They will take this one, and those are the objectives that they are looking for. It is actually really a grace for themselves that they are able to get those dragons too, because they just need to prioritize these heralds in the initial stages of the game. They just need to break open these side lanes, put a position that they can use that strategy and lane assignments effectively to where it is a safe space for them. They didn't even really need to look at these dragons, and those dragons, you look at the first one, it was a complete repercussion that they were able to get a good gank onto the bottom lane, get a shutdown, they got it as a reward. Second one was the exact same thing. They found a good pick, no one was available in the vicinity for them to answer, so they take that one as well. So with all of that being said and done, UIUC is doing a phenomenal job playing this more difficult to execute composition, and you look at the charts right now, they're not far behind at all. They're in fact 1,000 gold, just less than 1,000 gold in the lead, and a lot of that is sitting on a 1.4k advantage between September and Pagoda, who on this Jace can really cause some chaos on those side lanes. I see him walking mid, and I don't want this. I want him back bottom lane. I want him pushing somewhere else.
The thing for me is like you're on a little bit of a timer for UIUC. I feel like you do have some good scaling, but you're very scared of the fact that ornaments are going to be a thing. The team fight late game is insanely scary for UIC. So you're trying to keep the pressure up, and I do like the fact they're able to get this mid tier 2 tower, or the outer tower rather, but it's still losing your side lanes, right? The push is still in favor of UIC for that.
Well, let's just look at like what did Jace do in that mid lane. He was there just as a influential piece, but he didn't really do much damage onto the turret. He could have been bottom lane, pushing that wave, forcing some bottom lane priority, and with the rest of the team doing that mid lane pressure. And to that end, then they could be set up for this dragon that's spawning in 20 seconds. But they don't have that. Now it's all lost. They had forced all of that aggression on the top side. Pagoda had pushed out top lane, and now September has to answer that, when they could have had all of that vision control already set up for themselves. So this is a nice reply play to what I was discussing, is instead forfeit this dragon. They don't need it, they already have 2, and use the Rift Herald to break open topside as much as possible and force UIC to play that 5v5 style just because they feel comfortable in that level.
See the engage there, but it's not going to be utilized as the stuns are already aplenty and Pagoda dies. Meanwhile, side lane, losing the towers as well. Tier 2 will fall. Dragon goes over to UIC, but what does it cost here? Might just cost everything.
The inhibitor turret. Not going to be an inhibitor though. Question mark? No, Rift Herald does not do that much damage, but 2 turrets or 3 turrets for the price of 1 dragon, and you got a kill on top of that as well. Splendid payoff there for UIUC. And this is what I love watching about these drafts, where it is very much a split push and spread out strategy composition of a 1-3-1 or a 1-4-1 against a full front death ball of a 5v5 comp. It's like Death Note, where it's just 2 super brains going at one another trying to outthink the other, because they're playing the same game. They're both trying to kill the Nexus, but they're doing it in their own unique styles, that it's just trying to outsmart the other, outmaneuver the other, because you don't want to play in the other person's comfort zone, because once you are, it's over. And at this moment, that's how close this game is. Yes, it's a 3,000 gold lead in the favor of UIC, but that advantage takes 1 team fight, 1 5v5 to go UIC's way in their perfect condition, and this game is completely back into another scenario.
Still got a little while till objectives pop back onto the map, but you see in Filipino Fish trying to get something top lane. Pagoda popping the ghost there, but is not gonna be very tanky under the tower here, as Pagoda is just gonna go down eventually. That's very unfortunate play. Now Filipino Fish is caught out himself, trying to get the damage back on Innumerable. Does have the knockback, does have Scatter of the Weak. Not enough damage to get the kill, and now built differently. Try to flash for it, actually. Gets the Sonic Wave, will connect the Sonic Resonance, and get the killing spree.
Had used Power Unleashed earlier, as you mentioned, so no kill threat on Innumerable. And just a poor engagement there. Pagoda didn't even have Call of the Forge God available for him for that fight, so overall I think it was just a poor decision, born out of hastiness and a need to feel some kind of control in this game. But that just gave UIUC more confidence to take this top jungle over, take that quadrant, and then do this 1-3-1 that they wanted. Yes, Innumerable is just sort of escorting that top side of the map, but with these 3 sets, this is where I'd want Innumerable to play a little safe. You know your jungler's gone, you know Mythic is the only person in your back pocket, so you're only there to push that wave back out and keep your pressure of all of these lanes under control and in your favor. You'll be doing just that, as wow, it's just a splendid job here from UIUC, and Another thing that I haven't touched on for too long, but was a big inkling of concern for myself, was that Zillion on Mythic. He's 2-1 and 3. He's doing a good job moderating. It's not something that is like, wow, he's just absolutely dominating the opponent here on this pickup. But he's doing what he needs to do. He's being that extra moderator. He's being the person in the back seat of the car while everyone else is split pushing, and he's there just as safety, as security.
Security is key as well. Just really interested that, typically you have the misfortune with some setup, but this time around the setup is through the Zillion, and it's working so far.
Yeah.
The question is, those big team fights that come up, how will that work out? And especially, how does UIC try to get back into it? A Filipino Asian boy actually in some trouble here. Does have his teammates to back him up. The stun not going to land for Mythic this time around.
Okay.
And the jungle will continue to go over to UIUC.
Look at how many camps have been taken away. Oh, teleport. Oh, we got someone in trouble here.
Yeah, they are in some trouble. Innumerable trying to take down Filipino Fish, and yet again he gets caught in the Alcove gaming sphere.
Fortunate for him, but he doesn't have the damage to kill Innumerable just yet. He's about 400, 500 damage off from killing this Twisted Fate. And now they're starting the Baron. They know all TPs are available. Pagoda can actually TP here too, but it's going to be a 4v5 because Filipino Fish is not available.
Double stun lands.
This is a really slow Baron, honestly.
It is, but
This
that
might
doesn't
be-
matter. They can just continue to take it. Innumerable,
Yeah, they need to
actually,
force
they're
fight.
just going to go for the fight. Innumerable's dead as well, or going to kill people, at least, not die. And then now you have the follow-up, not going to be there for Pagoda to use the second activation. Moonlight Vigil's there, but he just gets the ulti from the Zillion. Coming in huge right now for UIUC. The composition cannot be beat. They will not be killed, and they'll take down Filipino Asian boy.
So many comfort picks, a more difficult composition, but more comfortable pieces to the puzzle. Allows UIUC to now be 14 kills to 6, and with this Baron power play, I think it'll jump them to just underneath a 9,000 gold lead. And that will be splendid for this team, who is down a game in this best of 3 series, to try and tie this one up. On the other side of the map, though, it is UIC taking another Mountain Dragon. It's a 4-stack Mountain Dragon. I'd have to say that's pretty nice. I think at this stage, if you have 3 Mountain Dragons for yourself as a tanky team with an Ornn, with mythic items, it's gonna be a lot more difficult for this pick composition with the 1-3-1 style to catch you off guard. It's gonna give you a little bit more time and a bit of reprieve, but they're 2 dragons from getting that soul, so they're about 10 minutes or less out from actually achieving that. And that's a question of UIUC will actually allow them to do that, because now they're pushing in for 1 style. They know the Jace is dominant and they don't need to worry about an additional side lane. They're looking to try and find those picks, and they're looking for them now.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a huge gold lead. You've got Baron for another 2 minutes. You've got pretty much all you could ask for in this siege right now. I will say that Innumerable is actually getting caught out on the top side here. Ulti is not going to connect because he goes golden with the stopwatch. The follow-up is there. The AoE combo is there. And you've got it all in the bag, UIUC. They're able to take down another kill. Here comes One Dial as he's cleaning house right now, built differently. Filipino Asian boy, he goes in but dies immediately after. Double kill, making a triple for the Jace. And they're just looking in the game right now. They've got 30 seconds, a minute and 30 on the Baron left. They got minions pouring in, and they could just make this a tie best of 3 series off the back of some crazy gameplay.
They're taking this one. They're looking for the kill on the Filipino Fish. They're not going to
Doesn't
find
have
it.
the damage. Oh no.
They're looking for the game instead. Well done job here from UIUC.
The comeback is real, and the Game 3 dream is real. We will not go early into the night. We will have continued League of Legends action here in the NACE Starleague Fall Split. I'm very excited to see the culmination of this series with the very interesting series of events we've gotten up to this point.
I'm pretty excited for this team, for this series. It's been very, very close. I think UIUC coming back in game 1 to force UIC's hand to have to play a new style that is very unique in this game. they dominated. They ran the circuit. So nothing much else to say outside of the fact that I think this could just be the momentum that they need to close this series out.
Yep, they got to find the momentum. They've got to find something to get them in a comfortable spot because University of Illinois just took it to them in that second game. We're going to step away for a little break. We'll be back with our final game of the evening. Don't go anywhere. We have finally made it to the final game of the night. We're going the distance in this last best of 3. Welcome back to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV split. I'm Mazel, joined by Coco the Dragon. UIC, after a crazy game number 1, fall heavily to the University of Illinois in game number 2. And now, who knows what we're going to get, Coco?
Who knows? Only the draft knows in this one, as again, game 2 was a very fun game to watch initially, and then it became just a slogfest from there. It was fun watching UIUC set up their plays, set up the success stories for themselves, specifically in September on that Jace, and then sort of moving forward with the plays from there, and then executing their split push comp wonderfully. Also, of course, shout outs to Mythic for being able to pilot his Zillion to the best that he could.
Zillion MF combo too strong, man. I don't know anymore. Meta worlds better be watching out. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying, Coco. I mean, you can do with that what you will.
Misfortune's a very strong champion, yes. And giving someone a one trick is also pretty silly. Nonetheless, though, it's something that for me, it's like, I don't think UIC would allow that to go through again. However, I don't think UIC has had good performance in the mid-late game so far. Their early game in game 1 wasn't too shabby. They were able to recover, but a lot of it has been UIUC taking action initially and UIC trying to recover from it. And if they recover it or not, tells the rest of the game out. So going into this third game, this final game of the series, that is where for us, wow, like
we're already into it here. UIC,
sorry, that sort of threw me off a kilter. I was like, this is where it's like,
fine.
what are you going to be prioritizing? What are you going to be looking at to set up, and will you be taking away any of those situations?
Yeah, UIC staying on the red side is what's interesting to me here. They looked so good on the blue side. Bans are staying the same except for the MF coming out and UIC's first phase of bans. But I'm wondering if University of Illinois just kind of run it back. You can change out the MF or something else. It wasn't the traditional MF Amumu combination. I know MF was huge in that combo, but you can still find something else that fits it. And TF was the first pick.
Yeah, TF playing into that fire of wanting to be split pushing and having that potential happen. Or at least having that pick comp potential happen, excuse me. Though, it leaves a lot of things open. You have Camille available. You have Galio available. You have a Xin Zhao also, or the Jarvan. So there's a lot of tools for disaster for UIUC to pick up. And the fact that it's not the second ban phase, and this is the first solo laner we've seen in this series so far to be grabbed in phase 1, is room for concern for, I think, for UIC. Because it's like, if they just play the solo lanes, UIUC would be pretty good, pretty happy in this setup. So,
and I will say that the Fizz being open, it was hovered by UIC, but it is Filipino Fish's one trick to an extent. He's got over 100 more games than he does on the Annie. But they leave it going. They leave it open. Maybe they grab it with the third pick here, but Fizz is not the main priority. They wanted to get the bot lane because they need to keep that centered, as it's the Ezreal Leona that gets locked in, answered by the Zillion by University of Illinois.
Right, if it ain't fixed, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess.
And that's what I'm saying. You can literally just interchange the MF with something else, and the Jhin is what they choose.
And I think Jin's totally fine. I don't think there's a better... well, Varus would be, I think, like, another arguable ADC that you could play with, but it's like, Jhin is just overall a better performer, I'd say, when it comes down to what I think UIC wants, right? A little bit more harass-focused instead of looking for a pick. And creating space better than anything else. But hey, throw down the gauntlet once again. It was banned in the second game in phase 2.
It was.
So get it now while it's still available, while it's still hot, because it can challenge the Jace. It can challenge that split pushing factor.
It changed game number 1. That's literally why they won the game, was the split pushing Fiora and the dominance that the Fiora had in the team fights because of the lead that she had accrued. Now the Jax is banned away by UIC. The counter matchup we saw in that game number 1 that did not go Jax's favor, by the way. And it's really interesting that, the Fizz immediately banned away by University of Illinois. I wonder what kind of comfort we see banned away now with the last 2.
To see if they ban out another top laner. If they ban out the Jace, that might just be another possibility that they're looking for. But no, it's going to be the Lee Sin. That I would respect the Lee Sin ban, even if they do switch it up, just because it has been very dominant on Built Differently. Even
Yeah. It really has.
even as
been.
Xin Zhao wasn't too bad, but the Trundle being changed up. So this means to me that they will probably pick the Lee Sin now. Xin Zhao banned, UIC picks Lee Sin. Lee Sin won't be available for Built Differently, and neither will be the Xin Zhao. Oh, nani? Like like I was gonna say that UIUC would have counter argued with a Viego, because then it's like Lee Sin Viego that's pretty like equal, and the Viego outscales a little bit more efficiently. But that hover makes them think that it's like maybe this is the better matchup for us. We're not scared of Built Differently's Lee Sin. Let's take the Viego instead, which is the winning side of that coin, and challenge him further and say you need to pick something else or you will lose that jungle matchup. So overall, big brain play from there, sort of developing as the draft was going on. It didn't feel like it was set. It felt like it was more of they were talking it out through that entire process until that very lock-in happened.
Oh gosh, I loved the game one performance there. I think that it was so crucial in the setups that they had in the mid-late game, and especially around the objectives. Now it's University of Illinois with their final pick. Will be the Lee Sin picked up this time around.
And remember, Filipino boy, Asian boy is much better on that Viego. It is his second most played champion in solo queue, and a very dominant performance he had in the first game of the series. I was looking at that Vex and I was like, honestly, Vex might just be the play here, because it's against the set. He's not going to pressure you too much, and Vex in late game is destructive. But they decide to go with the Syndra instead. I respect it. It much better of a neutral state. Doesn't again get bullied by Set and deal with him. Sure, the Set will be able to say, fine, whatever. But also the Twisted Fate. Excuse me. Got my champions mixed up here. It's been a late night. The Twisted Fate is the one that I'd say like the Vex could deal with. The Vex could fine with, and Syndra instead is just more of
Syndra is Orianna instead, because pro draft hard sometimes.
I'm going to bed. Good night.
But that does lend to more setup for the squad.
Sure. I think the Orianna will be better overall, like you mentioned. Like it's Leona Ori, you just get that success in and you jump in, or the same thing with Viego. They did very well with the Viego Orianna with the river control that they were able to apply.
Yeah.
So to that end, I think that's a much better position for them to be in. Replicate what had happened in game one and move forward from there. The only issue for me is a sense of momentum. University of Illinois, Urbana, and Champaign is currently in the driver's seat just based off of win-loss record. Sure, UIUC won game one, but it's UIUC who won game two, and they won it in a dominant fashion. It wasn't to the nail like game one was, so they are feeling a little bit high. They have the control. They're back on that Lee Sin. They're back on that Twisted Fate and Zillion. There's only a couple of switch ops because they are banned away and they don't want to take a losing matchup with Jace. So into that end, I think UIUC is going to do the exact same thing as we had seen in just the other two games. They get the early play first. They're faster to the play. They're going to set up their win conditions, their early win conditions earlier, and UIUC will have to be the ones playing riposte, playing to parry away those plans and foil them before they become a full effect on the Rift.
And UIC just falling back on a lot of comfort, a lot of things that worked for them here in this series already, except adding the Ezreal to the mix instead of the MF from game number one. And the fact that we get these kinds of drafts at the end of it, crossing the finish line, I absolutely love, because you're getting the flavor that University of Illinois brought to game number two, what won them the game in that bot lane dominance and the mobility they had around the map. And you're getting UIC's bread and butter that we saw in game number one, that they were able to fully control the map with, and the split pushing, the amount of macro decisions that UIC was making that looked so good. We're getting all that into game three, Coco.
Yeah, there's a recipe for success for both of these teams. I'm very excited to see how they'll be able to dish it out. I'm just going down the line here in my head and saying, all right, top lane, Pagoda really wanted to get that early advantage against the set, and that means we're going to be looking at the jungle matchup going to be heavily focused here by Filipino Asian boy. He's going to be the one looking for that setup and saying, all right, we're going to be taking him out right now. We're giving you that early advantage to become that better fighter in the side lane. Then from there, mid lane, neutralize it out, play with your jungler. And this is going for both of those teams here. And then bottom lane, neutralize. You're on your own devices, but unlike top side there for UIUC is looking to create that as their power play position. So very excited to see how this third game will dish out, but all of it is up in the air because momentum is one way, but draft and gameplay is another.
It is indeed. We will see the spotlights have been set and the game is getting loaded. We will be back shortly with game number 3 of our final best of 3 of the night. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be loading up here shortly. Wanted to give a couple last little bits as we do load into the game here. Do want to remind everyone, in this Swiss bracket, loser of this game will lose their undefeated streak, will be knocked down to the lower bracket. Definitely do not want that. With how big this tournament is, you've got to keep that undefeated streak going until the final weeks, just to make sure you get good seeding, make sure you're not that much closer. And with both these teams fighting for this, fighting for, you know, a little bit of legacy, a little bit of growth for their programs, this game is crucial. And I love it because we're getting the style that we've seen respectively from both teams.
And that's what we're liking here, is playing to their own style and figuring that out into their own effective atmosphere and in their programs, right? Every single team, every single program, every single player plays and learns in their own unique way. And that's where seeing how UIUC is able to do their split push effective compositions against the more team fight focused UIC and really bring it to a game 3 is what we're loving here in this game tonight and in this series tonight as we load onto the Rift for this final match of the series.
No level 1s, no late level 1s since that game number 1. I wonder if we see a late invade here. Neither team really set up for it, so I would highly not expect it. So we're just going to get the first lines of scrimmage drawn by both these teams. And my big focus on where will we see these junglers start has been crucial to these games. We put a big focus on it when we were talking about draft.
And we also talked about, like, specifically Filipino Asian Boy is going to be looking at the stop sign onto Pagoda. He wants to get this Fiora ahead, wants to get this league going for his companion in that part of the map, because that neutral lane of Set, it's boring. But you can still take him down, and you have the kill potential with a Viego and Fiora to do just that. The next thing for them, though, is to get this mid lane to partner up. Asian Boy and Filipino Fish need to get that available to them to win that river pressure over. Don't let Bill differently be able to get that least in priority that he had in the second game of this series. But all of those win conditions that they have are also kind of flipped onto UIUC. UIUC wants this bottom lane to become oppressive, become dominant, so they can focus elsewhere on the map to shut down those win conditions, to shut down Pagoda, and to shut down Asian Boy on these powerful carries.
September getting a good trade on Pagoda early there, but just traded right back nicely. It will be opposite, at least, I guess, opposite prolonged pathing for both these junglers, right? You're getting the chickens clear right now for build differently, whereas you're getting straight from the blue side straight for Filipino Asian Boy into the red, which means top lane is definitely the focus, while September gets the flash, but does also have Pagoda's flash responded to. And that is even more reason for these top laners to come here.
Yeah, and September immediately, once he hit level 2, flashed in, tried to get that double tap with his autos.
Filipino Asian Boy is going to make it here way before.
Oh, yeah, he's
Build
much
differently.
faster. Oh, jeez.
Because
Watch
Bill
out.
differently went for the Wolves clear, so now Filipino Asian Boy is going to make it for
His
this
flash is
game.
down.
Pagoda doesn't have a lot of health and flash down. Let's see if Filipino Asian Boy can do anything. Got the grit stacks burning, and there's the kill. First blood to September. The outplays are ridiculous right now.
And
As
flash
Innumerable
card.
can't find it. Flash is there. Yellow card and the kill. 2 kills over quickly to UIUC. TP immediately in response from Pagoda.
An amazing job there from September, able to hold down that haymaker at just the right time. Pagoda didn't even have riposte ready. I was surprised that he did not have that on lock, because you're level 2, you should have QW at the ready, and he just doesn't go for it. Doesn't get that denial of the damage. If he denies that damage with riposte, it's over. They get first blood, and UIC comes out on top. But now it's a 2-0 lead, and a massive lead at that for September and Innumerable in the solo lanes, which were the lanes that they were able to play through last game to get themselves that win. And built differently now here on this Lee Sin, he's going to see if he can shut down Asian Boy even further, but he's able to get out just barely with that scuttle to continue trying to get back into this game.
Yeah, the pathing, again, early is crucial for both these teams in terms of their jungles and getting pressure around the map. But the fact that, like, Build Differently is able to now swing his weight anywhere he would really like to. He's going for the invade now because of the pressure that is being put on mid lane by Innumerable.
Yeah, that, and I'd have to say, even if he's in topside trying to do the Krugs, September is just in his back pocket to try and challenge that. That is a very big set now with that Executioner's Calling to try
He's
and
going
take
for
him
the
out.
gank here. Pagoda
Yep,
must
just as
have
you
known
said.
that Built Differently is headed this way.
I think he
Still
got
taking the aggression here, and he's got the face breaker to bring him back in. Pagoda might be in some trouble here. Riposte comes out, but there's no stun to follow it. September gets another kill here. Built Differently takes a couple tower shots, and now double TP from UIC. They are committing heavily to this one. Filipino Fish wants to finish it off, and there is the Viego getting the kill.
Any kill matters here, and this is an immediate swap up here. Like, Henkin is on his own on the bottom lane. Immediate forfeit of that bottom side of the map. So this could be also a good time for them to try and transition. Stall this lane out. You can see Pagoda is immediately sprinting down here to try and catch this wave and make sure that no XP and no economy goes to the wayside and is burned against the tower. September back to his top side of the map, just away some members of UIC from a potential turret plate. So with all of that being
weird
said
right
and done,
now, not gonna
tough
lie.
life. Yes.
It's a little awkward right now with the lane matchups going how they are, but Turtle is heading back, and we'll start getting back to the spot lane as Hankin and Pagoda just can't hit range.
Thankfully, there's no mana on Mythic and One Dial anymore, so they can just hit that button and be fine and catch. Yeah, totally awkward. Like, I understand why Turtle teleported. It is to make sure that you could secure at least a single kill onto UIUC. But it wasn't fully necessary per se. He was able there to catch the wave and get some solo XP and some solo farm, so he is doing okay for himself in that department. But yeah, he loses all of that bottom lane pressure that he has been trying to contest with One Dial and Mythic. And sort of Pagoda's in sort of an off tune right now. He's just catching up, and now he's just sort of scrambling.
Filipino Asia Boy had to show top lane because he had to clear that wave, the full wave that was getting Crash Hour. So now Built Differently just says, let's do the dragon because there's literally nobody down here that can contest us.
At this point, with how these teams are interacting, not with one another, but with each other, with how the players are talking to each other in a team, I can feel the communication of UIUC is leaps and bounds more effective than what UIC is doing at the moment. It's not muddled. It doesn't seem like it is trying to talk over itself whatsoever, and I think a lot of that is coming from the momentum play that they had in Game 2. That they had so much control in Game 2 that they knew exactly what they needed to do and where they wanted to be and how to execute those plays. That's where UIUC is coming out on top, and how they're winning in not even just the overall map state, but also in these 1v1s, because they know what each other is doing. And September can do plays just like this.
Showstopper, damage is down, Grand Challenge isn't there, there's the Destiny, yellow card, Riposte is back, and Pagoda, he's gonna have the outplay, no way. A new kill in the set, but it's back. Pagoda in a 1v2 gets it back.
Yeah, Pagoda 1-for-1 ain't too bad. That will miss.
SG.
Gets the back end at least. He's able to get the back end at least, so it weakens the wave a little bit so the turret can take it down a bit faster. I'm not sure if that's what they want. However, UIC being here for the Herald is the first positive so far of this game. Outside of the kills that they've been able to recuperate after these plays that UIUC has been dishing out, Herald might just be what they need to get a grasp of an economy back together.
Oh,
nice
Shockwave back. Let's see, he doesn't have the ulti yet. Oh my goodness, Mythic is just down. He's got the resets now. Built Differently goes in, gets the shutdown. No, he doesn't. The healing of the shield. Hankin gets the kill. Built Differently. September's in there, but he's out of there now. What a turnaround here from UIC. The team comp coming in huge for the squad, and they're gonna get the Rift Herald too.
And it's Filipino Fish and Asian Boy once again on this Viego and Oriana combo that is dominating those fights, and no longer a 2v2 or a 1v1 scenario for UIC. They're able to, with this Herald, force UIUC to fight them in a even foot state. And that for themselves gives them the confidence to challenge it with the team fight. Now 3-1 on this Viego. Asian Boy is looking happy. He could cash in on that Divine Sunderer anytime soon. because I think he's sitting pretty wealthy right now in his pockets with not a lot of cash spent.
Just a little bit, right? No big deal. And now Pagoda actually gets away from this gank with the giant minion wave tanked up by September. I wanted to see if Filipino Asian Boy was maybe looking for an aggression towards here. He's got the roam up from Filipino Fish as well, and also Kankin. They are just constantly keeping this Ezreal in the side lane and making sure that Kankin is there to make the roams happen, and it's working.
Yeah, you got to make the most out of an Ezreal who can just sit in lane and not deal with his opponent. As long as he can clear those waves and stay fine and stay up to par in the CS department, sure, he might lose a couple turret plates here and there, but if he's 10 CS up, 15 CS up against this Jhin on one dial, I ain't complaining if I'm UIC. You can let Kankin go wherever he wants, help assist in any way he can to set up objectives or find picks or be that backup player to look for these fights. And overall, good recovery here from UIC in this third game.
It is a nice bounce back, and this is exactly what I would want in a game. Right? We get those crazy topsy-turvy game 1-2, game 3 is where it's set in stone. The teams want to win, and the will is there. And both teams really leaving it all on the Rift at this point, where Built Differently was looking for a bot lane. Oh my god, Turtle. He has 3-level advantage here because he's been just in the solo lane, and all Kankin needs to do is set up the ulti as Mythic. Gets almost all of his health bar dropped. Destiny is coming in here as well as the TPs. Filipino Asian Boy has to get away. Innumerable is on the wrong side of the rift here. Curtain call's not going to be enough to save it this time. Showstopper comes in from September. Filipino is nowhere to be found, but it does not matter. Pagoda is trying to make a game 1 performance happen in game 3. Shockwave onto 1 Filipino Fish, not able to save Turtle. 1 dial, wants to get the kill on the Turtle, but he's got the arcade shift coming back up. He does not hit it. Pagoda will find the kill on the ADC. Filipino Fish left out, gets the double! Oh my god, UIC! What is happening? As UIUC crumbles before our very eyes.
It looked like dire straits there for UIC for that moment. They were jumping in onto UIUC to get the kill, but they were not able to find any of the picks that they wanted. The Destiny came in clutch with the Innumerable to catch out Filipino Asian Boy, and the TP from September is able to pinch everyone down, isolate Asian Boy and Kankin to their own. They're able to shut down that Key Viego, but after that, Filipino Fish and Pagoda bring that fight right on back. They find the picks at the right time. The health bars were so low of UIUC that they could challenge those 2v1s, those 1v1s, and turn that fight to an even position where, yeah, it was a 3-for-3 exchange, but in the end of the day, they win that map state that I get back for themselves. An ocean map for this third game.
This is so insane. In that one little moment, UIC have taken control of the game, at least in thoughts, right? Rift Herald going to be utilized bot lane, but UIUC still with a 1,000 gold lead, still with some defense possibilities, are here to respond as the stun comes through from the Rift Herald. As Built Differently had to get the chrono break, the chronomancy used on him. Will be a back off of the tower, still in the sights of UIC. Meanwhile, you've got Turtle in the top lane with TP available. True Shot Barrage as well, just side laning here as, oh no, it's the catch out. Pagoda dies and Destiny pop means that's an instant from UIUC. Filipino Asians as well. They won't find Kankin unless they want to go under tower for it. It is Leona, and it looks like they might actually. Flash comes out from Kankin, he gets away, and at some point, you're going to need the team to come together for UIC.
Let's call on that. And a 1v1 in the top lane with the ADCs going on.
Oh, he hits
nice
it.
Deadly Flourish.
4 shots there. He doesn't have the range. He didn't have the
vision
ward there
either.
as well, and that's going to be the outplay from Turtle. No, he doesn't get it. Oh my god.
He gets out.
I
Those
love
traps
it.
saved his life.
I love it. That's amazing. The back and forth, the 1v1 in the side while we have everybody else in the game playing actual League of Legends.
It's all League of Legends. This just depends if you're playing 1v1 fighting games, if it's PvE, like if you're grinding out for some
We got all
farm.
kinds of video games here in League of Legends.
Just how, like, Lee Sin is a fighter, assassin, bruiser, tank, carry. And League of Legends also is an MMO, MOBA, FPS, RPG. We've got everything here in League. And they also got a cache here
Shockwave.
mid.
We're about to get a takedown hero. Numerable will go down. And now the reset for Filipino Asian Boy. Filipino Fish
Like that.
is starting to get very scary here. We'll be backing for the Mythic completion. No doubt off of that. 3-0-4 on the Oriana.
And even though it's a level 10 to a level 9 here in favor of September on this set against Fiora, you're just moments away from getting to a point of no return with this Fiora being able to duel you. She doesn't have Mythic yet because it decided to dip into that Tiamat just for that additional wave clear to keep up with how effective the set can be in a winning lane when you had given him 2 kills for free at the beginning of the game. But to that end, we have the Diverterize back to the top side is this One Dial who now it's that communication of like how no one knows where they are, so this is just a disrespect of One Dial just being here for too long, being greedy.
Slowly but surely, Filipino Asian Boy will get that kill. Rift Herald started up here actually by UIUC, who are lacking their ADC at this point, but they realize that Turtle and Kankin are, or not Turtle and Kankin, Turtle and Pagoda are bot lane.
Yep.
They won't be able to, but TP now from Turtle. They've caught built differently. Maybe they can take the front to back. Kankin gets the stun. True shot, barrage across, built differently, still not dying. September in there, and he gets it like swimwear, as that's 1 kill going over, and they found just what they needed. Mythic will fall, but built differently goes right back in. The healing is enough, and Filipino Fish, the last one to stand. Pagoda side laning, but you lose everybody else on the map.
Yeah, 4 for 1 in favor of UIUC, but hold on, Pagoda might
with
just
the
make that a 4 for
outplay.
2.
One dial. Oh, he doesn't hit. He doesn't hit the deadly flourish, but here's the curtain call. Little dodge, little riposte, little
Yeah, that
kill.
don't
The
matter,
One dial
boy.
gets it.
Unfortunate, even if you riposte a shot from Jin, he will just take the second shot. It is totally fine because you are animation locked. Can't do anything there. Or if you had to dodge every single bullet with your feet, not the sword. No. With that reset though, you're only down for 10 seconds. Your TP is going to be available when you spawn. Dragon is in 50. You need to just sprint to this top side of the map to cover for Turtle, so Turtle can transition down to that Dragon and get some mid lane priority with the assistance of the rest of the team. And with Filipino Asian Boy, get some vision control. You need to get these Dragons online. If you had Ocean Soul in a lot of those fights, you win this game. But it's been UIUC who's had the bigger health bars, who's had the bigger defensive stat blocks that have been able to come out on top. And not to mention a lot of hiccups, a lot of auto attacks that were not landed correctly onto the right members. UIC has been lacking in those departments, but at this point now, this fight for this Dragon could be the be-all, end-all for either of these teams, depending on if it is a clean sweep or a tightly knit fight.
It's so close on a knife's edge here, but UIC still down in the fight. At least 3,000 gold in the lead is UIUC. Next Dragon coming up is the start of that Ocean Soul here. Will be secured by Filipino Asian Boy and Kankin. Pressure is remaining in mid lane by UIUC. No Rift Herald to come up, at least yet, for the squad, as September holding on to it, maybe to charge his second tier tower, but
Okay.
they want to utilize it to get a little bit further progress.
And I can see also Built Differently is coming in here for this flank. This would be a 3v1 with Kankin very far behind, so Pagoda needs either to forfeit this or try and make a 1-for-1 trade happen out of
I think he's
thin
going to try
air.
to
don't
go
think
for the
he's gonna get
1v3. Riposte is just going to be used uselessly, and unfortunately for Pagoda, you will fall.
Fine.
Built differently.
Team's turret has been destroyed.
And I don't think Kankin or Filipino Asian Boy need to be here right now. They need to wait for Fish to pop up and say hello, and then they can fight. Now it's a 3v3. You could look for the challenge, but already UIUC knows that there was a member trying to come up and answer them. So they'll go ahead, disengage, and transition to the mid lane, where One Dial is securing that 4th turret for themselves. UIUC just roaming and dominating the map a lot more because of how well September was able to win out in the early game. Won that 2v1 in for that first blood, and then has been dominating against Pagoda's Fiora, which has not been looking the same. From game 1 to game 3, it's been night and day for this Fiora performance for Pagoda on UIC, and it's showing the attrition is being worn down severely for these players in this long 3-game series.
It is looking like we're strapped in for a long one here in the last game of the night, but it's a long one, but a good one so far for both these teams. I'm really loving these performances and really the different styles that we're getting from both of them. But as you said, Pagoda not having the same performance as game number 1. Got to look to these late game splits and these potential flanks that he can get over top September, who has had just a ridiculous amount of pressure as this set into this late game.
Another thing too is when games like this happen, in a sense of a lot of wave control being the challenge point, gotta think of how quickly people can wave clear. And I don't see wave clear very effective on UIC. They need to hard force some of these fights immediately, but it's UIUC that are forcing these fights with these TPs, these engagements, with these time bombs and chrono shifts that come out every now and then. The fact that they're the ones that have the faster clear and the faster speeds, and they're the ones that are starting, UIUC is not in a good position to try and take this fight, but they have to.
He's already got Brazilian ult pop.
Oh,
There's a
nice
shockwave as well. Carton Call's coming out, but is it enough damage? Showstopper September again is huge. He's on a rampage now, but it's such a split fight. Filipino Asian Boy has just dragged out Pagoda going for it, but that's a big face breaker back. And they are going to find a follow-up here. There's no way you can get away from Death's Hand in the form of UIUC. That's an ace, and that's a Baron.
And that is a 5-0 there in favor of UIUC. They will take this Baron, as you said, with pride. They will look for this mid lane turret as well, just off of the hands of Innumerable. And all of that off of another splendid pick, another catch. I was just talking about how they transition and rotate around the map faster with the set, with the lead sit, and with the movement speed that Mythic is giving with the rewinds and the boosts. So in this end, on the final wire, dire straits here for UIC. They're down 9,000 gold, and the two key players, Asian Boy and Fish, are the ones that UIC will be looking to try and turn this game back around, and they have been falling flat time and time again in those two fights.
All about the bar of execution, and if you can rise to that occasion in moments like this, 10,000 gold in the deficit, though, is a hard bar of execution to reach. You're going to try to start that claw back onto Innumerable, who just gets a beautiful Everfrost. Still doesn't really have the angle, but has the tower here to defend against. Through shot barrage comes across, Solar Flare flashed out of. Pagoda wants it, has the grand challenge, will get away with it. Shutdown goes over.
But for what? What do you gain from that kill?
Filipino Fish had to flash out. Second tier tower in trouble here as the Baron push is strong with UIUC.
Being starved out, Filipino Fish is nowhere to run except straight back to his Nexus, but thankfully he's able to kite very well with that phase rush. Oh, but he gets landed.
Oh, the
with
Gale
time bomb.
Force forward with the fourth shot. That's it. Seals the deal on the Filipino Fish. Now they can follow it up even more. One Dial is doing so much damage from the back line, but it's September who's bringing the haymakers to life here for September and the squad. It is ridiculous how much they can catch out of UIC, and they might just be looking for the game at this point. They're TPing.
You're talking about Misfortune Zillion being a thing. What about Jin Zillion?
At this point, just Zillion with anything. Put it in there, coach.
It works.
It
It's
works.
a chance, but it looks like he's ended it. They're ending the game.
UIUC, couple last shots on the Nexus. Pagoda tries to save it. They're trying to fight. They're trying to survive, but their undefeated streak will end, and UIUC pull out the reverse sweep in the best of 3.
And it was a dominating performance there from UIUC through a lot of that series. Sure, the first series did go a little bit unfortunate for them. It started out where they didn't have a lot of control in the early game. Yes, they got that invasion with the Braum at the late invade in game 1, but a lot of that was thwarted when that invasion back again from UIC with Asian Boy and Filipino Fish was able to really just get mid and jungle Kingdom, and then from there they were able to win that game over. UIUC though still fought back, still took that game to them and made it a 35-minute barn burner, and ever since then there was no looking back. They'd learned their mistakes, learned the lessons, and knew how to take on UIC almost as if they had downloaded them over that game. Immediately drafted into a dominant 1-3-1 with comfort picks and a Zillion to boot, and I think on top of that comfort pick of the Zillion one trick, the rest of the team was able to not have to sweat about the bottom lane. The bottom lane was neutralized because of Mythic, and they were able to focus on September and onto Innumerable, who then took this game and this entire series by storm all
Yeah.
with that help. So very well done from UIUC to continue this streak and continue a very arguably strong performance, even though it was a 3-game series.
They took the strong point from game number 1 for UIC and just threw it right back at them. There was no way. Pagoda was such an unlocker in that first game for the squad, and to be able to find the win that they did was because a lot of what Pagoda was able to do in the sideline on the Fiora this time around. Every time he tried to do anything, even the setups, it just wasn't there. The decision making in the team fights is really what stood out for me for University of Illinois. Their target selection was key, and it's what won them the game here, and it's a beautiful turnaround for University of Illinois to keep that going.
Oh, definitely. And to see that transition so quickly, it gives a lot of credit over to the players. And like to wrap up the night for myself, it's something where there's no more there's no more casual callbacks. There's no forgiveness in a lot of these plays, and it's a lot of like, we need to see that gameplay refined. We need to see some polish and some shine in how you set up your win conditions, and we didn't see that out of UIC this season, or at least this week, this tonight. But UIUC we did, and that is where it's that make or break, right? Like, you weren't able to make those slight progressions or those small tweaks through the past 3-4 weeks, and now that it's week 5, UIUC, they made those plays and they understood exactly what they needed to do, and they had made those impressions, and they very much impressed me on this one, and I'm going to be excited to keep an eye on them as they move out throughout the rest of the NACE Starleague season.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun ride to find out how they finish, but especially to me, I want to turn it back to UIC. I'm very excited for this squad because, yes, you take the L here, you go down into the lower bracket, whatever. You already took an upset against Bethany Lutheran College, one of the biggest mainstays in the collegiate scene. You've put up a heck of a fight against University of Illinois here, another pretty established college here in the League of Legends program, and you've got nothing but good things to say about it. Yes, there are some things you can clean up. Yes, there are some things you can adjust. But that's what this is all about. That's what being in a developmental style is all about. And I'm very, very excited to see UIC's finishing to their story and how they can kind of bounce back from this one.
Of course, and everyone's fighting a bigger opponent every single time because we're keeping that upper bracket on our main stream and on our eyes. So seeing where UCI or UIC will be taken, and also where UIUC will be going, is going to be interesting. But nonetheless, we'll probably be seeing more of Urbana and Champaign later throughout the weeks.
We will, but now we get to talk a little bit more about a very interesting pick we got to see, as we have our interviewer for University of Illinois, will be Mythic, coming in here to talk to us. The man that whips out the Zillion twice in a row, bringing on the reverse sweep for the squad, even have the Team Liquid background. How you feeling after the dub, Mythic?
I'm feeling great. And especially since I got it on Zillion, my favorite champ. How could I not?
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Now, talk to me a little bit about that pick. What went into it into game number 2? Were you guys feeling pretty threatened after that first game? And how was the decision making going on into that reverse sweep?
It was certainly a disappointing loss, but we just reset our mentality, went right into figuring out what we're doing for the next 2 games, or at least the next game at that point. The Zillion pick, we kind of actually anticipated what they were going to try to do, picking a Braum to counter our misfortune, a bit of a... So Zillion, in my opinion, is a great counter to Braum, at least for game 2.
I liked it. It was. We were questioning it because we were like, okay, you can go for the comfort, you get the Zillion, right? That's huge. But we've been seeing like the full aggressive comps going with the MFs, the setup for the Wombo combo. But it didn't really matter. You were so integral in that second game to utilizing the Zillion, getting the rest of the team going. And for that, and for me at least, what is the communication like for the squad as you're going into those late game team fights? Who's the one that's really the shot caller? Where is that communication breakdown for you guys?
Pretty much, we kind of just depend off each other. There's no real shot caller that comes out, but usually our jungler built differently, and
he's built differently.
I
mean, come on.
After all, yeah. And there's a few moments where, of course, innumerable Ondel and September also come through. So it's really just, we kind of share the burden, I think, of shot calling, and it worked out.
It does
Awesome.
indeed.
Yeah, so outside of the games, we can just take a little bit about the program at University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. How has it been working with not just the fellow players on the team, but also with the support staff? Or what else do you guys have at the college that you've been working off? Or maybe is it just yourselves?
Pretty much, we're kind of a student-led program. This is my first year as part of the organization. I'm a sophomore in college, and luckily I was able to, hop on this year. And I mean, so far it's great. We've had a lot of great coaches work with us. Doing a lot of great VOD reviews, as most teams would do. But ever since joining the team, it's been a very big improvement for me personally. I think they've helped me a lot, and I understand the game a lot better. It's a great program, I think, even if we're student-led like we are, doing great.
Hey, that's the kind of stuff you love to hear in the collegiate scene, especially. And I love to see that growth. We always talk about like how the collegiate scene mixes the structure that it brings to what would be like a crazy wild world of League of Legends. But for you, Mythic, what has been the brightest moment? What has been your brightest memory so far?
Honestly, I have to say today, to be fair.
I
Getting
love
my
it.
champ,
Hey.
getting my Zillion, getting to be able to play him 2 games in a row, that hasn't happened yet. So, feels great that it wasn't banned.
Wait, what? We'll cut that off stream. No other team needs to see that. Cut it off stream. Cut it off stream. It's fine. No, Mythic, thank you so much. I do want to give you one little moment. Give us some shout outs. Give some call outs. Talk about anything you want before we let you go.
I mean, shout out to my team. They're great. Been great working with them, learning and developing. Shout out to the coaching staff. How could I not? They've been helping us so much. Everyone on the team, everyone in the organization, just working hard to keep everything organized and, lead us to victory. Feels great.
I love it, man. Thank you so much, Mythic. And we'll have to see how that line turns out for you guys. Keep up the good work and keep going strong. Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Well, Coco, it is the end of our night as well here at NACE Starleague, and on a fine Tuesday of League of Legends, we got to go all the way for at least one series, which I was very excited for, and it was a very topsy-turvy day at that. Right, we had the crazy 2-game series to start us off, then we had that full best of 3, and now we get to look at the rest of the schedule for NACE Starleague, Coco, as we do not stop here with the weekly esports action. Call of Duty picking it back up tomorrow, and CSGO rounding it out on Friday. It's a lovely time for competition here in NACE Starleague.
Lovely competition for sure, and every single day is jam-packed with action. Like I've been really enjoying watching the Rocket League and Overwatch games on Mondays. Those have been absolute blast. Huge shout out to the teams and the schools, and also the broadcast and casters for that one. But gotta get everything else on lockdown, and we have to get to tomorrow too, because we just have non-stop action here at the NACE Start League.
Well, thank you everyone for tuning in tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you these games. Huge shout out to our production crew putting on everything you see here and making us look so pretty on screen. So thank you all again for taking the time to tune in to NACE Starleague, and we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.